have the villain. You have the thing that everyone's going to look at. If the biggest story is going to be if the Dodgers don't win. That's an awesome story for a sport. It actually creates juice. The NBA doesn't have that right now. I think the Dodgers are a great thing for baseball. Shefty next.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Come on in. The water is warm on the YouTube chat, Doug. They wait for us in there.
Well, I guess so. They're not going outside today, as cold as it is. They may as well sit and wait for us.
You said it's the coldest weather you've experienced in your life.
It is not, no.
Okay, got a bad.
Much colder in Minnesota than it is here. This would have been middle of August in Minnesota, so it seemed.
So we're not even good at cold weather?
No, we're not the most extreme. For sure. I saw where they might get 5 inches of snow in Houston.
Yeah, New Orleans is facing it today.
Gosh. A chill everywhere. They said right at the tip of South Florida. It's about the only place.
Martin on the camera looks like a gerbil emerging from a tube right after you use a lighter.
Yeah.
He's just popping up. His head
Maybe I am.
popping.
Gerbil emerging from the tube.
Yeah, with a lighter.
You really painted a visual.
Yeah,
Tim.
I wanted to try to be as vivid as possible. You know, we haven't done a program since Friday. The station was off yesterday for Martin Luther King Day. And so, Doug, we're loaded for bear. I don't know. Martin, I don't know if you were talking with Doug about it or not, but Doug said there's so much to get to. Maybe we do 6 hours instead of 4 today?
6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah.
We should probably
tell
stick
PK
around.
and Ferrario,
Yeah.
you boys are good. We'll just take it right into the fast lane.
Yeah. We could go till, 2, 3 o'clock or so?
2 tree.
To get to all of it. I don't know that we'll still manage to get all of it, but
I thought of Tim
We'll try.
yesterday because I looked up and Trump was talking. And then he was in the White House, he was talking. Then there was another event. I was like, the man's been talking all day. Kind of like Tim when he went, was it 3.5 hours you did?
Poor Jackson. He's on the receiving end when I go full Rogan.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of which, by the way, on the Tim McKernan Show podcast today, Doug, I think the best Instagram account outside of Ella Reese's is St. Louis Starter Packs.
Okay.
And today, many have thought that this man right here, the pride of Horton Watkins, class of 2016, Jackson Burkett, is the person behind St. Louis Starter Packs. Jackson, would you like to address that?
I've been counseled not to.
Oh.
well, what does that mean? That means you're neither confirming or denying it?
Yeah. This guy's pretty savvy. However, the real person, is it Jackson, will be with me on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. We are doing the interview today, and Doug, he is going to come out and reveal himself with the full name and the stories behind the account, which I think has 22,000 followers on Instagram.
Really?
It's at St. Louis Starter Packs. I personally find it brilliant. And in addition to that, we are now partnering with St. Louis Starter Packs on our TMASTLshop.com merchandise, as St. Louis Starter Packs has designed a number of T-shirts and hoodies, and the first one that we are debuting today is he is, just like me, fascinated by our region's support of the Kansas City Chiefs. Doug, the hoodie is anyone but the Chiefs, and it is available for you at TMASTLshop.com. Jackson, I always review the fashions with Jackson because, you know, he's for the youngs and I'm for the olds. And Jackson said, I'll buy it and wear it every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will you really hate the
felt
Chiefs?
even stronger about it after this weekend.
Because of the calls they got?
Nah, just their general vibe. And the vibe of the people around here.
People right around here, right around the station?
You talking about it on this dais, bro?
Not on this dais. Just a lot of Instagram stories. That's where that's where the real stuff goes down. Is on your Instagram
story.
Yeah.
What is this fella's initials?
JB.
JB. It's Joe Brown? Joe Brown has been doing it all the time?
Joe Brown has been doing it all the
Doug,
time.
on Sunday night, did you do a big Chiefs breakdown?
I don't work there anymore, Martin. I have not worked there in 3.5 long years.
Caesar didn't write about it. Are you sure you left?
No. I am usually in bed and about asleep by 9:30, which would be an hour and a half before Sports Sunday ever came on.
That's true. And sometimes that would be early if an NFL game went late.
I've never seen this side of you, Doug.
Yep.
No,
How
well,
about that?
You're seeing it now. I'm not there anymore. Don't really want to be there anymore. Won't be there anymore.
Everything is up for you if you're interested in the Anyone But the Chiefs hoodie. Another request for T-shirts at the TMA_STL Instagram account and St. Louis starter packs, which I would recommend following anyway. So TMASTLshop.com as me and starter packs are working together now. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot to get to. That's why Doug wants to do 7 full hours.
No breaks.
And you're welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The Fighting Irish quest for greatness and a national championship comes up short. They lose to the Buckeyes, and Ryan Day was able to kick a field goal to allow the Buckeyes and their bettors to cover, and they cover the 8.5 points and win the national championship.
All right. You don't think he kicked the field goal for the bettors? It made it a 2-score game.
Well, Marcus Freeman went for a field goal that would have kept it a 2-score game, so I'm not sure what to think anymore.
Right.
I was sitting there watching that with the family, Martin, on the south side, Tam Avenue.
Shirts off.
They haven't renamed Tam Avenue.
Hold on a second right there. Did you hear that, Martin? Did you catch that?
Maybe you're getting ready to get all tatted up. I don't know.
Why must everybody wealth shame on this program? I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I'm a proletariat.
Extremely relatable.
I caught a tone.
Did Doug say shirts off?
Yeah, did you catch it? Did you catch it?
Well,
Like you had a big N painted on your chest, and your dad had a D.
Just like a bunch of Hoosiers. That's what he meant. Bunch of Hoosiers.
Okay.
That's what it meant. I know exactly what it meant. I've heard it all my life. But either way, family's all there. My brothers, my sister, her husband, my brother-in-law's family in town, because we had a birthday party for my brother-in-law. They're all there. My dad, surprisingly, Martin, pretty calm throughout. I think it's because the outcome didn't seem to be a sweat. Down 31-7 doesn't really seem like you're going to have a sweat. It sucks. Probably not all that surprising for a number of people, even Notre Dame fans. And then all of a sudden, here come the Irish. And down by 16 points. And they have it deep in Ohio State territory after finally getting a turnover. 4th down and 9. Down 16. 9 minutes left. And Marcus Freeman sends out the field goal unit. And I want to present to you, again, because I'm relatable, I'm going to use the word dichotomy.
Oh, Lord.
Between the way Ryan Day handled a crucial moment and the way Marcus Freeman sat on the ball down 21-7 at the end of the first half. 4th and 2 in the second half, the game getting away from them with their inability to stop Ohio State's offense and them having real issues moving the football themselves. And on 4th and 2, decides to punt it, except it's a fake punt, when I would imagine Ohio State was pretty hip to the possibility of the fake punt, considering Notre Dame enjoys running fake punts. And then down 16 with 9 minutes left, game on the line, and he trots out the field goal kicker. The field goal kicker makes it great. Jeter, who had his issues, but he was the hero against Penn State, whatever. You're still down 13. Let me kick a field goal to still make it a 2-touchdown game. Could not believe it, and neither could the Notre Dame broadcast, which was not holding rights last night. Take a listen to this. This is the radio call.
Are they bringing the field goal team out?
I don't know. Well, I don't know what this is about. I'm not sure.
This does nothing for you.
This math doesn't make sense in my mind unless you're doing a fake.
31-15. The 3 here would make it a 13-point game.
I'm not understanding the math.
9:34 left in the 4th quarter. Clock is stopped on the incompletion. Mitch Jeter's out for a 27-yard field goal from the far hash. And the kick hits the left upright. Oh, my goodness. The kick's no good.
Yeah. Were you guys thinking the same thing in the moment?
Yes, I was. How many more times do you think you're going to get the ball?
Exactly.
And you can't stop them when you don't have the ball.
Yeah, it's touchdown or nothing there for the rest of the game.
And I'm a huge fan of Marcus Freeman's, to be clear. I think he has an incredibly high approval rating amongst college football fans. He's one of the reasons Notre Dame, I think, for many who oftentimes would hate them, like them. But, hey, Doug, if it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's a strike, it's a strike. We don't hold rights. And that was, from my standpoint, the mismanagement at the end of the first half, playing scared. with about 30 seconds left and having 2 timeouts left. The fake punt, just goofy. And that was just, I mean, if that were Eli Drinkwitz and I'm living and dying with every play, I'm losing my mind. On the other side of things, couple minutes left. Ryan Day, 3rd and 11. Notre Dame sends the all-out blitz. And he goes 50 yards into the air, Will Howard, to somebody who I think could wind up in Canton someday since he's a true freshman. He's already taking over the wide receiver position in college football. He goes to Jeremiah Smith. Get it to 4. And he's got about 5 yards on. That was Christian Gray, wasn't it, Martin? Was it not? I believe so.
I'm not certain.
Jackson, is that correct?
I thought it was.
Okay. And they complete it, and that'll wrap things up. So, you know what?
Like a dagger call there.
Yes. You got to be aggressive, and that was not what Notre Dame did. It's what Ohio State did. They execute, they win, and I just sit there and I think to myself, how many times you have that opportunity, and I just think you're going to be kicking yourself for it. For the record, here's what Marcus Freeman had to say when asked about that decision.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
4th and goal. How tough was the decision to maybe go for it there or kick the field goal, and what was the thought process?
Yeah, I think it was 4th and 9 or 10, and I just thought, instead of being down 16, let's try to go down 13. And I know it's still a 2-score game, but you have a better probability of getting 14 points than you do 16 points. And so if it was a shorter fourth and goal situation, I probably would have gone for it, but I just felt 4th and 9 was not a great chance for us to make that. And, I decided to kick it, and we didn't make it.
And I respectfully disagree. I suppose if they're, in the 3rd quarter, then that's a different thing. 9 minutes left in the 4th quarter with the Ohio State offense. Are you even going to get the ball back twice to have the chance to score 2 touchdowns? Really disagree with it. Now, with that said, is that the reason Notre Dame lost the game? Is that the reason Ohio State's the national champions? I would not say that is the case. But Ryan Day, 3rd and 11, the guy who many around the country, and especially Ohio State fans, wanted out a month ago as the head coach. He had the balls to do what he did. Chip Kelly had the balls to do what he did. Because if that's incomplete, Notre Dame ties it and it goes to overtime, I'm sure they're catching hell. But I respect the play because they knew that Notre Dame was going to be coming. They couldn't get to Will Howard throughout the game without blitzing. They send everybody, and they're just going to say, Jeremiah, you run. You're going to be able to outlast the defender. And Will Howard makes the throw, Smith the catch, and that'll wrap her on up, Doug. Ohio State's the national champion after a month of catching hell for the loss against Michigan. They have the redemption song.
So still a bad season for Ohio State?
I believe so.
Because they got beat? Yeah. Well, maybe they can get them next year. I didn't give Notre Dame much of a chance to win the game. I was hoping they would. But then when that opening drive, when they marched right down the field, took like 9 minutes, I thought, well, maybe they can hang with them. And then Ohio State scores the next 5 touchdowns. Notre Dame just couldn't tackle. I can't count the number of times that a tackler had the ball carrier and couldn't bring him down. And what should have been a 1 or 2 yard gain became a 9-yard gain. It happened the entire 2nd and 3rd quarter, I think. But Ohio State's just a better team. That's pretty easy to see, I think. They have a very good quarterback. I think I saw they had 16 players I think are going to play in the NFL. I'm not sure anyone was going to beat Ohio State this year. They've rolled through the playoffs.
The coaches that lock up in the big game, I mean, it happened with Kevin O'Connell the week before on that Monday night, and I told you, Kurt Warner, who's not a hatchet man, was like on the radio going, what are you doing? Like, these are guys who have great seasons and then in the big moment make terrible decisions, and I'm always wondering on the headset, who else is saying, don't do that? Hey, Coach, real quick. Are they all just sycophants, and they're like, sounds good, Coach? And I enjoyed his explanation where he said, well, we were going to go from 16 to 13. Oh, so you're saying 16 minus 3, Tim, that's 13.
That's correct. He ran the math for the
I also think that the person asking the question sounded like a college kid. I could just kind of tell, and did a fine job. And just you could tell that tone, kind of like, hey, Coach.
On 4th and goal, how tough was the decision to maybe go for it there or kick the field goal, and what was the thought process?
Great question. I'm just saying I can kind of feel that it's a college kid saying, I'm going to ask something, and hopefully he's okay with it.
Don't snap at me.
But then it was 16 minus 3, Tim. He wanted to get it to 13. But they do.
That's the math.
they sometimes choke in the moment. I thought the Ravens on that 2-point, and we don't want to get into the weeds on it, but they ran the ball all the way down the field, and then they go for 2 and they pass the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody in the world is saying, what are you doing? How in those moments, guys who make millions of dollars, who win tons of games, but in that big moment just kind of go, okay, I have a terrible idea here. And everybody says, sounds good.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Doug, that's friend of the program, Ron Washington.
Yeah, I think sometimes that the head coach he's the king of the program, and everyone else just falls in line. I guess that must be how it is. And whatever he says, no one says a word about it. There's really no other explanation.
Talking about the same things.
Yeah, we are. I know. I can't imagine anyone sticking up and saying, hey, what are you doing? Don't do this. I just don't think they do that.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. YouTube chat is ready for you to partake. Watch the program, interact with the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. And Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, 314-399-9646. Many of you back to work after a long weekend, just like us. You might be feeling some low energy, might be tired. Is this something that's just happening because it's a long weekend and you're back at work? Or is this something that's been going on for a while? Have you noticed weight gain, muscle loss? Well, these are symptoms of low testosterone. A Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. It's Mentality, focusing on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% low testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. So much to get to. The Blues, with what wound up being a great win, but my goodness, would it have been brutal had it not been in Las Vegas last night. Winter warm-up, the NFL weekend that was, the college football playoff, all of that to get to, which is why Doug says we'll do 7 hours.
7 hours today, no
TMA
breaks.
today. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Us Notre Dame fans are. Why? My mom didn't want to watch the winter warm-up interviews on the news.
She couldn't watch?
Made her cry.
Oh.
Tim, a lot of good vibes down there. Players are optimistic. Going to surprise some people.
You know, you could go to any fan fest around all 30 teams, and you might hear sound bites of that ilk.
I wonder if the Pirates players just say, I don't know.
It's funny you said
we'll
it.
See what happens.
I saw Paul Skeens, and he looked like a second-year player who kind of had to be at their little fan festival thing.
That has to be tough to be about the best in the business at what you do and be saddled with the worst team.
Well, they asked him, like one of the reporters asked him, like, what would it take for you to stay in Pittsburgh long term? And he just was like, he couldn't answer because, like, how are you supposed to answer that? Like, the obvious answer is ungodly amount of money. What else is what else is there?
New ownership.
Paul, do you think you'll be a Dodger at some point? That's the question.
That is the question. When do you plan on looking for homes in Southern California?
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, the sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And a number set up for our audience at 314-252-0029. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, and then the service department, Ryan Seiberg. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And if you want to call or text with any questions, requests you may have, 314-252-0029, 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA, where 156 friends are already in the YouTube chat. The Air Alliance team sponsor of our studio cameras here on 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Martin, you were talking about the vibes at winter warm-up. What's the overall read?
Well, the two big questions for Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, the two players who were asked the same question. Why? Why are you here? Why did you stay? And Sonny Gray basically said, I don't think we'll be as bad as people think. I think we could surprise some people.
And I want to be close to my family.
Wilson Contreras said he didn't come here to be a quitter. He also thinks they could win the World Series, Doug. There, he said it.
Does that mean they couldn't find trade partners for both of them? Is that the real answer?
I don't know. But both of them they're bullish on this squad. But I think the headline is still Saturday when John Mozeliak was asked about Nolan Arenado, and he said he's priority one. Trading him, Doug, is priority 1, 2, and 3.
Take a listen. Here it is.
As we discussed at the GM meetings, winter meetings, there is the elephant in the room in the sense of, will we have the ability to move Nolan? And obviously, up till January 18th, we still haven't been able to accomplish that, and that has slowed or in effect, affected how we were going after trying to really round out this roster. This year, this offseason has been very different, but as we go into 2025, I keep reminding myself that the offseason is not over. There's still time. Obviously, by the time we get to Jupiter and open up camp, we would like to have some closure, but that's not to say we will. It is something that I think in time he and I will have to talk through of if the reality is he's going to have to join us in camp and then what that looks like. But for now, it's I'd like to say business as usual, but it's not been business as usual. It's been very different. But we'll continue to try to find a place that he's happy with, and we'll use our time as best we can on that.
I sensed frustration throughout all the questions about Arenado, and he finally said, it's really not up to us. And I think the deal with Houston that was in place and that he vetoed, which he has the right to do, I sensed that the Cardinals felt that was sort of agreed upon, like, hey, we got a deal, you good. And then they vetoed it, and the Cardinals like, we're back to square one. What do you want us to do?
Hold on a second. I want to make sure I follow you. You thought, your read was that the Cardinals thought that he was good with going to Houston, and then the time came, and then he vetoed it?
I don't know that for a fact. My sense is...
I would imagine they wouldn't pursue it.
They wouldn't have gotten that far down the road. And I think as more questions were asked, Mozeliak kept saying, listen, we can only do so much. We're not in control. The player has the ability to... He said, we can't just trade him. But they kept saying, we're going to try. If he had to come to camp, that's a conversation we'll have. He said he hadn't talked to him since before the holidays. So, I mean, I think it's what we've talked about on this show. Both sides sort of won out, but I don't know how that's going to happen now, especially in the leverage game. Every team out there knows they're desperate to trade him. So, hey, we'll give you a couple mil, and you guys pay the rest. And what do you say? Like, they don't have any leverage right now, and I think, and again, I don't know this for a fact, but I think they're a little pissed off. Like, hey, we had a deal. You wanted out. Houston's a pretty good club. I'm sorry it's not L.A., it's not the Yankees, but this team wants you. We got a deal. Let's do it. And when that fell through, I think the whole offseason, whatever they were going to do was probably minimal. But I agree, they can't make any move with that money still sort of hanging out there. And the DeWitts did say yesterday, if they had to pay Arenado, they wouldn't cut money somewhere else. They would just do it, which means they have the money to spend.
It's going to be extremely awkward if he shows up at spring training and plays.
Be fun at the picnic table.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan, would you like to answer a couple of quick ones?
Have you had a chance to meet Jackson?
Favorite morning. Favorite fry in St. Louis? I mean,
well, if the rest of the team seems to think they have a chance, I know they're just saying that.
Okay, good.
But wouldn't you want Arenado still?
That's the thing that I talked a little bit about last week. Because the division, the Cubs are even money to win the division, and it's not like they've had some big offseason, that the division is actually winnable with what the Cardinals have. Now, outside of maybe the American League Central, it's the only division where I think you can say that, but it is. And so then you go, well, then maybe we pursue it. But
like
I don't
rethink matters a little bit.
Exactly. But what I don't know, and I don't know if any of us know, are things just untenable between the Cardinals and Arenado?
You would think they have to be at this point, especially if they think they had a trade and he vetoed it at the last minute when apparently he gave them the go-ahead to pursue it at some point.
Yeah, I think at this point, they're saying it without saying it. Neither side wants this to move forward. And is there a way out? I don't know how it got to this point. Again, I'm not clear, but the agent is out there saying, well, maybe Seattle, maybe Detroit. Remember Boston, they tried to drum up interest, and all of those reports had the caveat, it's not clear if the Red Sox are interested.
Right. Alex Cora awkwardly answered the question about Nolan Arenado last week at the Boston Fan Fest.
Kind of a big one. And then Mason Wynn is sitting there answering questions, and he's just a pro. He's going to be a stud for a while.
God bless.
But he just kept saying, well, and, hopefully things will work out with Nolan, and hopefully, as if, and these guys are in an awkward spot.
Right.
It's a respected veteran, and they're like, well, I don't know if he's here, but hopefully they can work that out. And I'm sure if you're Mason Wynn, you'd prefer to have that guy to your right, a 10-time Gold Glove winner if you can, but it's playing out in public. I think Mozeliak has been as transparent on this as he can be.
I agree with you. I felt sympathy for him watching him handle that.
And he basically said, I don't know what else to tell you.
All I can do is ask for patience. He realizes he's got like a 0% to pray, and he's using the word patience. For the record, which I don't know if they said, did they mention Bregman's name like specifically? I mean, it's understood that's what the situation is. That's the domino. Alex Bregman, and the team that, and this may surprise people who haven't monitored it closely, that is really in the mix because they're not one of like the 5 or 6 teams that, compete in free agency in 2025 as baseball heads toward a monster work stoppage here in 2 years that I guess like death people just don't want to talk about, but is the Detroit Tigers. And from the Detroit Free Press this morning, just a couple hours ago, Alex Bregman, the consensus best position player remaining in free agency, is ready to sign a contract as spring training approaches. The Tigers remain interested, but negotiations are at a standstill with less than 1 month until the first full squad workout in spring training, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. Detroit needs a right-handed hitting third baseman and has the payroll flexibility to lock up a franchise-altering free agent. It's unclear if other teams are more actively pursuing Bregman. So the Tigers are a team that really want a third baseman, right-handed bat. They can afford it. The question is, if he were to go somewhere else, would they pursue Arenado? But then it gets into the question, of course, would Nolan Arenado say, yes, please, let's go to Detroit? And what a turn that would be if your dream was to return home to Southern California and you find yourself in the Motor City. But he might not have a lot of options. The choice might be, do I go to St. Louis or do I go to Detroit?
And if it's a domino falling, if Bregman goes to Detroit, and you could see the A.J. Hinch, maybe that's a reunion deal. Makes sense for the Tigers, but that's one less spot for Arenado. So, yes, the domino falls, but then where are you going to go? I think they're running out of options here. I just can't see him showing up in Jupiter. And, I mean, I don't think he's real happy here right now. I think what happened is when he came to the Rockies, he thought, man, I'm joining a team just like the Dodgers, just like the Yankees, one of those franchises that's premier. They're a World Series contender every year. And I think he realized, okay, it's not quite that. And then was disappointed. And now they're like, that's okay. We're a little disappointed in you. We'll end this. No big deal. It happens.
Yeah.
But when they couldn't get that deal approved in Houston, I think they went back to square one. And if I'm Mo, being honest to the agent, I'm like, what do you want me to do? Dodgers aren't interested. Yankees aren't interested. What do you want me to do? I mean, I think that's the frustration.
If he does not get traded within 72 hours of Bregman signing, then they will be put to the test. That will be the moment where you go, okay, is this going to be a spot where he's actually going to come to Jupiter, Florida? And I got to tell you, if I'm in an opposing team that does not have Bregman but is interested in Arenado, I'm not picking up much of anything, and I'm not sending them much of anything because they've been crystal clear on the importance of moving on from Nolan Arenado. So why would you pick up a lot of the contract? Why would you send them prospects of note?
Well, if they don't, and the Cardinals are still stuck with paying the bulk of it, it might make sense. In fact, I think it probably would make sense to try to make amends and smooth things over and bring them back and go with them.
I don't know.
If that's possible.
It's so bizarre. I mean, you're talking about a 10-time Gold Glove winner, 8-time All-Star, who definitely doesn't want to be here. The agent has, in his own way, made that clear by throwing out as many teams as he can. So I really don't know what the answer is. Do you really want to pay 17 of his 21 or whatever the math is for him to go somewhere else and have a huge bounce back season?
No, I'd rather have him.
Yeah.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And you're welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. Doug says there's so much to get to that he wants to do 7 hours today.
Maybe 8.
Notre Dame, Ohio State, the Cardinals winter warm-up, the NFL playoffs, and the Blues. With a Jim Dandy. Doug, they lose the games you think they're going to win. They win the games you think they're going to lose. This team just won't go away.
They just won't go. They're plucky, Tim. It's a plucky hockey club.
We will talk about all of it coming up here on the program. And friend of the show / co-host, Josh Schertz. In studio.
Oh, he's coming back.
He's coming in studio in the 10 o'clock hour.
A little awkward for Doug. It's kind of like the Arenado Cardinal deal. It's a little awkward.
Because Doug coaches the team.
I want to coach the squad, and he can take my spot for a day, just one day.
Because you want to keep doing the show until we get to 50 years.
No, I'm ready to quit. But I'd rather transition into the Billiken head coaching position.
Chairman's wearing his Billiken gear.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It airs on the TMA STL YouTube channel, the 101 ESPN app, and 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go on any of these things. Well, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he'll get you to the closing table fast, try 10 days, and he'll get you the best interest rate possible, and he'll also has that bagel loan that can help you out as well. What is the bagel loan? Here is your answer. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing cost. Stewie is your guy, and he couldn't make it any easier. He gives out his personal cell number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night, 5-4 in a shootout. They are off today, back in action on Thursday, taking on the Golden Knights again. Pre-game at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA. It's 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. 6 Paths is active this morning, and I mean real active. Look at Doug, you see the monitor up there? Look at is he writing a manifesto?
What's he doing? What's
Too
going
much.
on?
Chairman Kurt, what's going on over there? You monitor things for us.
Yeah, I'm just now catching up on it.
Doug, 6 Paths, youtube.com/TMASTL is where you can watch and listen to the program and describe how cute we are, candidly.
Yeah. He's upset about something.
He's just got some Arenado takes, and I would recommend going to read up on it.
All right, Doug, go read his Arenado takes. These are 6 Paths.
Do I have to do that now?
Jeez.
Someone's got to break it down.
Thank you very much. Jim Dandy last night for the Blues, but it was almost the antithesis, dichotomy and antithesis, all in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm having a big show. With the lead evaporating in the final 3 minutes and change, and then it's going to overtime, and you're thinking, oh boy, this could be the shoe dropping. But alas, perhaps the biggest break they've gotten this season, Jack Eichel. I mean, this was
the open net.
This was stunning. Take a listen.
Rips it up to the blue line. Look out, far side man in alone, shoots, deflected wide of the net to Eichel.
Unbelievable how he missed it. I can't believe he missed it.
Eichel again shoots. Binnington, the save, the puck out of play.
Okay, he missed it. He missed a wide open net. Passed right to him. He shot it wide.
Had they lost that game, would you have checked out? And not a lot of season left, but you would say, you know what? Another bad loss, kind of Minnesota-esque. Like, we've done this too many times.
If they would have lost like 4-2 as, it was just kind of there wasn't a lot of sweat to it, probably not. But if you're up like they were with 3 minutes left and then you only wind up picking up a point, that would have been one where I go, okay, that probably is going to be too much to overcome when you combine the schedule that is sitting out there for them between now and the Four Nations. And if I'm not mistaken, 6 of the 7 remaining games are against teams that are in the playoffs, and they're not just like randoms either. I mean,
go line them up and knock them down.
Nice. Take that, Martin. Don't give up, Doug.
Okay.
Doug says line them up and then knock them down.
This hockey club is only 1 point out of the wild card right now. Sure, Calgary has 3 games in hand, but we'll be right there. We're going to line them up only to knock them down.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, stop it, ball game.
Doug, you're full of it.
Chuckles Marlowe. Wow. He's still up from the Ohio State win.
Didn't go to bed, probably. He was tweeting at 5:20 a.m. I said,
when I went to bed last night at 11:30, he was tweeting.
I'm going to ask him if he went to bed.
What hot takes did he have at that hour?
Wasn't he?
How's your slide piece?
You wanted to know about the slide
He was
piece.
anti-Ryan Day in the moment. I think he kind of tweeted a makeup to him. Hey, I know I might have said some things.
Yeah, he came in studio here and he wanted him out.
It was a big night on freezing cold takes. They were retweeting everybody and anybody that just was burying Ryan Day after the Michigan loss. And one of the people he retweeted, I thought, well, who are these people? It's not Stephen A. Smith. It's not Doug Vaughn. And I clicked, and it was a photographer at a Cleveland TV station.
Oh, wow.
And I thought they're really digging deep to find people to retweet.
The non-ling, Doug, you know him
Sure.
from the International Brotherhood of Nitwits from days gone by on this program. Kevin Lorenz, big hockey guy, texted just now to my phone. Braden Shen has settled into the crafty old man in a golf scramble role. Young power on the wings and Shen still money around the greens. You like that? You like that from the non-ling?
I guess it's not bad. I guess we'll go with it.
Doesn't sound like you like it
Crafty
much.
old man and a golf scramble. I don't think Shen would be happy to hear that. But I guess there's some comparisons.
He's playing well, Doug. The
I was-
captain is dialed in.
I was listening to Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast this morning, and he said he saw Shen yesterday on the bike and said, how you feeling? He said, it's the best I've felt all season. And here we are, about 50 games in, and, the crafty old man around the greens, the wizard around the wedges, the boss of the moss.
Oh, I don't know.
He's
sick, huh?
Yeah, Walter. Yeah, he's feeling good. Here's what Jim Montgomery had to say following what was a huge victory, moving them back to within a point of the 8th spot in the West.
Our pace and our effort. I thought
our habits, stopping on pucks in the D zone, stopping on pucks that didn't get out of the D zone, stopping on pucks that were stopped at the goal line. I thought our numbers were really good, and I thought that everybody's second and third effort was really good. It should give us a lot of confidence that, when we play the right way and our habits and details are really good, and we combine that with really good effort and execution, that we can play with the elite teams in the league.
Doug got this text, and I don't know what it means.
Okay, well,
I need the attention of the dais to try to interpret. Martin, here you go. Okay. All the cover fire you guys throw for that piece of S, Nick Saban's favorite word that's now welcomed on game day, kind of makes you guys pieces of S. And then with a thumbs up emoji. All that cover fire that you guys throw for that piece of S kind of makes you guys pieces of S. Thumbs up emoji.
Who was the original piece of S?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Is it a fresh text, like in the last couple minutes?
7:42, and Clarkson Jewelers tells me that it's 7:46.
I wonder if it's Mozeliak related. I just feel that kind of animosity is typically about him. Like, they wouldn't be saying it about Shen or Montgomery. I don't think they'd be that
Marcus
strong.
Freeman.
Read this dumbass text.
Yeah,
Jennings.
I feel like it's probably because we were talking about Mo and Arenado. That's my guess. Maybe they can respond.
Okay.
That's my read.
Call in if you would.
Call in.
If you would like. The number is 314-974-0101. Or, of course, you can text in 314-399-9646. And of course, you can always podcast. Go back and podcast like the Dickens, PLTD, and Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the podcast.
I imagine there's some garage doors that won't go up this morning.
I'm telling you.
It gets cold.
Yep.
Yeah, you might need some help, but you know the name that you need to think about anytime you have a garage door issue, and that is, of course, Schaefer Door Company. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to go ahead and spell the name of the company.
Do it.
Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R. Use it in a sentence. Schaefer Door Company is a marvelous way to get your garage door fixed if you have problems with it. There. Schaefer Door Company. What do? Well, they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. If you run a business or a warehouse, you got those big, giant garage doors, and when they don't go up, you really got a problem. Well, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well, and they will get out to you lickety-split to get it fixed if you have a problem. It's best to call or text 636-782-3608. Yes, I'll read it again. 636-782-3608. Jason Gosrow has assembled a marvelous team of technicians. They are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something that you don't want. They just want to get that garage door working again because it can be crucial to your business or to your home. You got to get out of your house. Business has multiple family members working there. Many people have been there for a long, long time. Again, it's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Josh Schertz going to be in studio in the 10 o'clock hour. John Kelly with his perspective on the Blues win last night, and plenty to come on the NFL weekend that was. Marcus Freeman, Ryan Day, post-game as Ohio State wins the national championship. And the DeWitts addressed the media yesterday. All of that coming up. Plus our Pick 6 results. I don't know how everybody did. I don't know, Jackson. Tell us what we got. It's coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Get that Schnucks Rewards. It's pretty simple. Download the app. You're going to earn 2% back on every purchase. It's simple. Shop, earn, redeem. Just show your barcode in the app. Use your phone number. Either way, at checkout, pretty simple. As you're doing your shopping, you're going to go to Schnucks anyway. Make sure you get those points when checking out. Not only do you get the points, the Schnucks app also has a lot of other features designed to make grocery shopping easier. You can shop directly in the app. Order delivery or curbside pickup. You schedule, Schnucks delivers. It's effortless. Can't find those breadcrumbs? Easy. Get into the item search in the app. It's all right there on your phone, making shopping even easier while earning points. Everyone looking for ways to save a little money these days. The Schnucks Rewards gives you money back. So reward yourself. Download the Schnucks Rewards app today and start saving money off your groceries at your neighborhood Schnucks.
Doug, it sets a tone for a magical program, and the program's name is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. We welcome you to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Down the stretch they come here for the month of January, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is still leading
is that right?
the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, but Buck Swope is just one back. Boy, it is fun to watch people compete.
Fun. Good times. Better than all the sports we saw this past weekend. It's seeing what happens with the email of the day.
Bigger than the NFL playoffs,
I think it is. At this point, I think
agree.
so.
I'm glad you guys are coming around on it. Jackson, how do we perform in the Pick Six when you combine the NFL playoffs and Notre Dame and Ohio State?
The chairman administered that. That's right.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you.
Oh, no.
Fear not. Fear not.
Oh, fear not.
Chairman, I'm sure.
Okay.
Boy, that's after the chairman had a huge day on the drops.
Yeah, a lot of drops. He fired 100 drops. 100 drops.
Mm-hmm. Boy.
Did you go to drop school over the weekend, Jackson?
I took some time. I think just recharging my batteries. You know, it's going to do a lot for me. But I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear Friday.
Marsh's burner is protesting the standings and saying Buck Swope tied the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Doug, that's Marsh's.
Is that right? Did
that's correct. I did not add Buck's win.
What's with you guys in math?
We're falling apart here.
Would you guys have kicked that field goal? Looks like it. See, 16, Tim, if you get a field goal there, then you're down 13.
This reiterates that they should have a kid up there who plays a lot of Madden and tell the coaches what to do.
That's Jackson's game management theory, is that coaches need a kid who plays a bunch of Madden.
For heaven's sakes.
I don't know.
Non-video game playing people couldn't figure that out?
Non-video game people are the ones who kick field goals down 16 with 9 minutes to go.
Sometimes people playing video games make mistakes.
Not mistakes like that. Chairman, what are the results?
Tim and I both went 3-2-1.
3-2. What did we push on there, Chairman?
Rams-Eagles.
Rams-Eagles was a push.
Yep, 6 was the number, I think, when we made our pick.
I noticed an I think.
I'm fairly certain.
Oh, boy. Things are wavering. Things are wavering here.
Been there.
I don't know.
It's a fluid thing, but I'm fairly certain that we landed on 6 that morning when we picked. I went back and kind of broke down the YouTube footage, and I'm fairly certain the number was 6 when we made the pick. 28-22 Eagles. Okay. So Tim and I in the Alliance went 3-2-1. Doug had a nice week, 1-4-1.
Oh, no.
I was wronged.
Chairman's giving you time to issue a statement, but it doesn't seem like...
Are you sure it wasn't 4-1-1?
Yes, that I am certain about.
Well, Tim asked a question. You backtracked. I thought maybe I wouldn't. You did the same thing.
What was the Chiefs' spread? What did that go? Because they won by 9. Did they cover? Was it 8.5?
8.5.
Okay, is that what we had? Mm-hmm. That's what we had.
It was 9.5 at kickoff.
It was 9.5 at kickoff, and Joe Buck immediately called attention to that situation on the broadcast. I didn't realize that it had moved to 9.5. I remembered 8.5 from the show the day before, and I was thinking when that happened, it did not impact the spread. Little did I know that it had moved to 9.5. Oh, sweet mother of mercy. I'm sure there are some people in the listening audience who could not be more thrilled with that development when the Chiefs took the safety that gave the Texans the cover. But in this particular market, I would imagine there were more people on the Chiefs, and it cost them some cash.
Mm-hmm.
So they won't be able to buy the sweatshirt that says anybody but KC. They won't be able to purchase.
Anybody but the Chiefs.
That's really coming out?
It's already out.
Oh, is it really?
TMASTLshop.com. Catching a lot of hate for it.
Good on you.
That's fine with me.
I saw they came out with some kind of, I don't know if it was just a meme, if it was fake or not, but it was a Chiefs picture with the arch in it. Said it was a Chiefs country.
That actually, there was a piece of jewelry a listener sent me last week that was on Instagram with the Chiefs logo underneath the arch. And it is a necklace, which would look really good on you.
Yeah.
If it's something
I was thinking about getting one. That's taking it a little too far, isn't it?
I never thought we'd be here a decade ago.
If I lived
People
in
from
Kansas,
St. Louis suck.
Okay, stop it. If I lived in Kansas City, I'd be bummed out about that. Wouldn't you? If your team is claiming monuments from another city?
We're all one state, Doug.
Yeah.
Go Buffalo? I mean, I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
Doug, you got the game on Sunday. That would be the...
I don't have the game. I'm not there anymore.
Chiefs?
Boy, it'll do a big number.
Oh, I bet.
A big number.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Either way, Ravens or Bills. Either way, I knew this
Couldn't go
showdown.
wrong.
Can't wait.
Poor Mark Andrews. Poor Mark Andrews. Sure-handed throughout his career. He had only had, one other fumble, and it was years ago, and then he has the fumble inside of 10 minutes in the fourth quarter, and then the drop that would have tied the game. Oh, my goodness.
Did you happen to see the Baltimore Ravens social media post from pregame?
I did not.
Mark Andrews running sleeveless in the snow, saying a little snow doesn't affect Mark Andrews.
Yes.
Oh, Bill.
Didn't age well.
Bill. It's tough.
I always hope that there's a hero, somebody makes a big play to win a game, rather than somebody makes a horrible play to lose it.
Agreed.
It's you feel so bad. Even if it's on the other team, I feel bad. That's why I don't want to see a kicker miss a field goal to lose a game. And I sure don't want to see a guy drop a pass right in his hands
Depends who's
to lose
playing.
a game.
Yeah, I just wanted to see that game go to overtime. That's what I really wanted. I just wanted more of that football game. That was what I was most frustrated about. I didn't really care who won. I really like both those quarterbacks so much, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I think Josh Allen has had just a outstanding year and seems like a wonderful guy.
But the NFL just keeps on delivering. I mean, you're watching that game. You're like, oh, the Bills are going to get it. Oh, no, hold. Too much. Here comes Baltimore. And you got Jackson just sitting in the pocket for like an hour. Like, somebody's going to get open. There it is. Isaiah Likely, the guy, remember, was out of bounds against the Chiefs in week 1. So I started thinking, man, if the Ravens win, we're going to have that rematch. You get the Bills winning. Rematch from the game that was played in Buffalo. Tim, Josh Allen just can't beat Mahomes in the playoffs. Did you know that? 0-3. Can Josh Allen get over the hump? Otherwise, what's his legacy? What's his legacy, guys?
Lamar Jackson is fraud.
He laid the ball down on the turf.
Nice. Here is Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on the call of the 2-point conversion.
A moment.
Hit the lever, please, pal.
One moment.
Oh.
Gonna roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands. Andrews did not hold on.
A little bit short. You got to catch that all day, but your foot slips, and Milano wasn't in on that play actually. And guess what? He out-leveraged him. Buffalo wasn't prepared for that. What a play call!
It's shocking.
It's shocking.
Got it.
And now you got to live with that your whole career.
That's brutal.
Jackie Smith, didn't you always talk about that?
Jackie Smith, maybe the best tight end of his era. Retired with many tight end records. Fantastic player. Great player. Drops one ball in the end zone, and now that's what most of America remembers him for.
That image was making its way around social media in the following moments after Andrews' drop. Here's Lamar Jackson when asked about the loss in Buffalo.
So it's a team effort out there. You know, he's been busting his behind, making plays happen out there on that field for us. Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, it's the turnovers. We can't have that, you know? And that's why we lost the game, because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language. It's annoying. I'm tired of
I'll never watch football again if that's the way these guys talk. I'm out.
Earmuffs.
In the moment, did you think it was a bad decision to go for 2 the first time? Did it seem like they were chasing points early?
That was in the third quarter. I hate when they do that. Oh, if we get 2 here, we're tied. Just get the point. Get the point. And they would not have been down by 8.
Yeah, I think the rationale behind it is, you know, if you're like 50-50 on 2-point conversions all season, you get 2 attempts and you only need one of them to work, then right there is your answer.
I just think when it's the third quarter, just take the point. It's going to come down to 1, 2, 3. You just know later. I just feel like it always haunts you. But if they do go for 2, run the ball.
Yeah, I heard a stat where they've tried maybe 6 2-point conversions on the season, and none of them have gone to Derrick Henry.
Really? Wow. That's interesting. I mean, the play worked. I mean, he was there. If he just catches it like he does probably 999 times out of 1,000, then we're not saying anything. But
well, that 2-pointer you had to do. But earlier, in third quarter, when they went for it, I was like, just get that extra point.
And there was another game, I forget which one it was, but a team went up with a touchdown to go up 7. And I thought in the moment they should have gone for 2 to go up 9, and they did not, and that allowed the other team a chance to tie it with a 2-point conversion. So, you know, I don't know much ball, but that just seemed a little odd in the moment.
Buffalo had 1:33 on the clock and 2 timeouts. They would have driven down the field and won it anyway. Bass was already hitting 50-plus yard field goals that night. That's from Greg Oden's stovepipe, Doug.
He's got a stovepipe hat?
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
Okay.
It is true that would have tied the game. It's not like it was the winning play.
But I mean, that's not a guarantee that they're going to go down and score.
No, it's a huge drop, but it's not for sure.
Are you on the side of Greg Oden's stovepipe? That was a terrible text.
You're saying it's not the moment that would have won the game.
You know, I saw Greg Oden 2 years ago.
What?
Yeah. He's the director of basketball ops for Butler. And I went to a Butler game and I saw him, all 7 foot, 3 of them.
Wow. Why didn't he become a very good NBA player?
Did you ask him?
He was hurt. He was injured. Riddled with injury. His knees.
Like that Hinkle.
Could never get over that?
The coolest place I've ever been. Really, truly is. Hinkle Fieldhouse. Go check it out.
It's a live read from
Hinkle Fieldhouse.
Butler
Why do you hate Chaffetz Arena? Jeez.
Chaffetz.
Josh Schertz is going to be here.
No bad seat in the house.
I tried to check it out once, and they said, sorry, we're closed.
Hinkle?
Yeah. It was like the middle of Saturday afternoon. They weren't playing a game or anything.
Oh, really?
Well, maybe
we were just there
closed.
looking at the place because we were in Indianapolis.
Huh.
I thought, let's go look at Hinkle.
Oh, you thought you'd big time. Just walk right in?
I thought
Did you have like a media badge or something?
You can. They had some event, some small event going on down there.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
The Commanders will be taking on the Eagles as they vanquished the Rammies on Sunday, but the big win was the Commanders going up to Detroit. And Doug, I gave you the value play of the Commanders winning the Super Bowl. You put 1,000 on it. You didn't just put 100 on it. You 10x'd it. Yeah, he 10x'd it. So you'll be receiving $32,000 when Jaden Daniels becomes a household name as he defeats Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl in New Orleans. So keep an eye on that. Dan Campbell, emotional following the end of the #1 seed Lions season.
It just hurts to lose, man. And I don't care if you're the 7 seed, 6 seed, 5 seed, 1 seed, because I've lost at all of them damn near. And it stings and it hurts. So, you know, it hurts. It's hard, you know, when you lose these games, man. It's like the players, you know, what they put into it. A lot of people don't know, you know, what they go through. You have to get up. Bodies beat to shit. And, you know, mentally stay locked in and do those things. So, long season. It's my fault.
Trying to make him cry more.
So Lions head coach Dan Campbell, emotional as the Lions season that had so much expectation that this could be the year ends at the hands of the Commanders. Doug, the rematch between Detroit and Washington from 1991 once again goes Washington's way.
Right. Well, they call me Dougie 10X for a reason, because I think we saw it coming, right? The Lions had so many guys hurt. Well, they have like 16 guys out.
Especially defensively.
And they played through it all year, but it kind of caught up with them defensively this past weekend. They couldn't do anything to stop Daniels.
And now many around the world now are aware of just how good that guy is. He is trending toward a household name as it is. And if he can go to Philadelphia and send that team to the Super Bowl, I mean, either way, if that were to happen, he's going up against either Mahomes, which I think would be the most glamorous one, or Josh Allen, and a rematch from the 1991 season. And it just goes back to that 1991 season in which
I don't know that it does.
Washington beat the Lions and Barry Sanders, and then Washington beat, and that was Mark Rippon, right?
I think so.
Beat the Bills. Yeah, could have a rematch.
Exactly right.
You think that was going through their heads before the game started?
I guarantee you those guys were watching that when they were kids.
None of them were even alive.
Well, they probably put on like game film in the locker room at Ford Field.
That's exactly right.
Good old Danny Snyder somewhere watching as his squad is now back to prominence. Wouldn't you like to hear a little Dan Snyder interview at this point?
Maybe he'll join us in the 9 o'clock.
He's probably available. Magic Johnson is part of the ownership
group. I saw him glad handing right outside the locker room as the boys came in off of
Is he really?
He was in, and the Dodgers too.
Yeah.
I think he's probably like a bunch of groups, right? That's what I don't think he's sole owner. I don't think he's owning anything.
Speaking of the Dodgers, Doug, we got a situation, and Ken Rosenthal, who I am a fan of, gotten to know him a little bit personally. He's regular on TMA, been in St. Louis, and is a great guy. Did his podcast yesterday, and I'm anxious to play what he had to say regarding what I think is now also becoming household news, kind of like Jaden Daniels is becoming a household name, and that is what in the hell is going on with baseball. And Martin, kind of like you and Ed Herman, with the competitive balance discussion, Ken Rosenthal gives his perspective on it with the competitive balance conversation. You will hear that in a matter of moments. First, I would like to tell our audience about 100 West Dental. I know a lot of people sit there and go, I don't want to go to the dentist. I just don't want to deal with it. Or they say, I don't have dental insurance. It's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance at 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor. Go online at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner. It can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. All you got to do is go to 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com and Dr. Brandon Pryor. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I'd like to tell you about Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited. So impressed that I asked them to come to our home to take a look at doing some of the work that they do for so many customers in the St. Louis area at our place. I'm talking about custom work. Whether you're wanting to do a full-on custom deck, you want to add on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen, they really do have answers for it all. And you can see it by going to the showroom in Chesterfield Valley or going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Their number is 636-532-5008. When you call, make sure you let them know you heard about them here on TMA. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let's get you fired up, Doug.
Very much so. What am I fired up for?
The
Blues hockey.
Blues hockey.
Mizzou and SLU basketball.
That's right. Josh Schertz in studio, 10 o'clock hour.
Right.
It's a Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Watch the program, interact. Look at that YouTube chat. You look up that monitor above Jackson's head. I mean, it's active as the day is. Rick at the Victory Motel is talking to Aaron in St. Chuck. And she's talking about her nipple piercings and that we haven't seen them, so I suppose they don't, quote-unquote, know for sure. Jay Jr. tried for years, laughing emoji.
He's begging for a pic.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
There you go. There's Jennings right there. Yeah, youtube.com/TMASTL. What do you think, Martin?
There's a lot going on that I don't understand.
Where's the Victory Hotel?
Joey Vitale's Orange Skull just said, Mom, patty cakes. And I don't speak YouTube chat, so I need somebody to decipher for me.
That's mourn, Martin. Mourn.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a situation in Major League Baseball. Doug, the Dodgers have added more people since we did a program on Friday.
Do they have enough roster spots to sign everyone? To sign all of the free agents?
It's off the rails. I don't really feel like this is like a brave new take, but anytime I go through it seems to rile people up. I would imagine. I don't know how you can be in this industry and not talk about this and the inevitability of the debacle that is the state of the game. It blows me away. So I was looking for. I really enjoy Ken Rosenthal. Number one, I like him as a guy. Number two, I enjoy his work. And then he has this podcast that he does every Monday and Thursday. And so I was looking forward to his reaction to the Dodgers adding on and the cries from many around the game that this is creating an unsustainable model that when the CBA expires following the 2026 season, we could be staring down the possibility of a long work stoppage. Here is what Ken Rosenthal had to say.
Now, I want to show you another tweet. This one put out by Fox Sports over the weekend as well about the almighty NFL, the league that can do no wrong. Let's look at this tweet. This one says, either Mahomes or Brady have been in the AFC Championship the last 14 years. That's the Patriots and the Chiefs. In the AFC Championship the last 14 years, this is the 7th straight year the Kansas City Chiefs have been in the AFC Championship. And you might say, well, Ken, look at it. They're a small market. They're able to do that because the NFL has a salary cap. They're able to do that because they have a great coach and they have a great quarterback, just like the Patriots did all those years ago. Well, yes. But the question is competitive balance. That's the whole issue here. That's the whole thing that we're concerned about with baseball. Is there enough competitive balance? I would suggest to you in the NFL and another salary cap sport, the NBA, where you see players come together for super teams and where you see teams dominate over certain periods, though not in the last 6 years or so where they've had different champions. But to have competitive balance issues as well. This sport, as I said in the first segment, has not had a repeat champion since the Yankees 98 to 2000. And now, with a 12-team playoff, with expanded playoffs, it's more difficult to get through the entire playoffs.
And so his justification for Major League Baseball's current state and competitive balance is that there aren't repeat champions. But if you create a playoff system that increases variance, that is what you get. I would argue, let's look at the standings over the last 25 years and see how much diversity there has been with teams winning over 95 games. Baseball has just created a system in which it'd be like teams playing one quarter in a football game to determine who advances in a playoff game. Actually, mathematically, it would be less than one quarter. In other words, they don't reward the domination of teams in the regular season. And this past World Series was the first time that you had a top seed win the thing. And since it started in 2022, the National League representative had been the 6th seed each year. So if that is your argument, and I understand he loves the game, and I don't think because he's holding rights, he's saying this. I think he just loves the game and pushes back against the criticism, and I understand that. I don't think that makes him a bad guy or carrying baseball's water. I just disagree with where he's coming from. And for the record, MLB Trade Rumors did a, Doug, would you call it a Gallup poll?
No, not unless it's done by the George Gallup organization.
Do you want a salary cap in the next MLB CBA? And 67% of voters said yes.
I want to talk to the 33% who are like, no, everything's going great. It was like Steve Cohen bought some bots or something.
Those are the people living in L.A. and Chicago or
New York. That's exactly right. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
take out those who. And he went on to say, and I watched the entire episode, that if you're a Dodgers fan or Yankees or Mets fan, you probably like the current. But here's the thing: I wouldn't, because it doesn't create drama. You have essentially 20-plus teams just sitting out the offseason because they cannot compete. And therefore, you already know going in that the chance of a team to win the World Series is just if they win one of those goofball best-of-3 series and then the best-of-5. And then you got to win the best-of-7. But as far as having a hell of a team in take your pick of whatever market that wouldn't be New York, L.A., Philadelphia, Boston, it's not going to happen. You just have to be one of those 80-win teams that gets in there and clips them. That's the game now.
Yep. It's the Gilded Ages. I've talked about this before.
The Gilded Ages.
Yeah, we're the Gilded Ages, where you have Oliver Twist and Scrooge McDuck playing in the same league.
Oh, wow.
Don't the owners have to get in the room and sort of yell at each other and say it's not working? But the wealthy teams will then say to the Pirates, hey, you guys have been cashing all these checks we give you, not spending money, so there's a problem on both ends.
I agree with that.
That the system they set up was trying to fix some of the inequity and say, we'll give you a check every year because you're just not as wealthy as these teams. And teams like the Pirates are just cashing checks, empty building that makes money. So there is a problem at both ends. And Steve Cohen, I think, is looking like, wait a minute. And I don't know if it was his tweet or if it was a fake Steve Cohen that said the other day, when I do it, it's a problem. But now when the Dodgers do it, it's great for the game. I think he resents a little bit that he's kind of been characterized as the guy who's always trying to buy a championship. And now the Dodgers do it. It's like, good for them. The Dodgers, they're creative, and they are a smart organization. But it does feel like the Onion headline that used to say, Yankees sign everyone. Mm-hmm. This offseason, the Dodgers appear to have signed everyone.
The Dodgers, I believe this is just subconscious. When I say New York Mets owner, I would imagine, for this particular audience on 101 ESPN, sports fans, I would think the vast majority of people would say Steve Cohen. Who is the Dodgers owner?
It's a group of people, including Magic Johnson.
Right. Their chairman is a gentleman by the name of Mark Walter.
Mark Walter?
That's right.
That's
point being.
Didn't he do weather at Channel 11 for a while?
Is it Mark Ferree?
Mark Ferree.
Oh, that's who it was. Yeah.
And he took that wealth that came with doing weather,
right,
and bought the Dodgers.
He put a group together.
He invested
Dave
well.
Checketts.
How long would you have to do local weather before you could purchase a Major League Baseball team?
5,000 years.
Gosh, yeah, it's I think 5,000 years, so you can then put the group together.
I don't know if you get a PSL.
So, my point being is an individual, you can get hate for being wealthy and aggressive. As a group, you're protected.
Yeah.
So, Mark Walter, yes.
I imagine Cardinal ownership group would certainly welcome a salary cap right now. But some of these contracts, like the one Soto signed, like the one Bryce Harper has, they're contractually going to get this money for the next 10, 12 years or so.
Right.
So even if you put in a salary cap now, what do you do about those contracts? They don't count?
No.
Or you got to cut everybody else on the team?
No.
How would you handle all that?
Well, those would get grandfathered in, I would have to think.
So then there wouldn't really be a salary cap for another decade or so.
Well, it's like the going forward. It's like whenever teams that were still under investigation for paying players in the NCAA after the NIL thing still went through, they still have to deal with that. Grandfathered in or not.
Well, my point is, even if you put in a salary cap today, it might not have much of an effect at all for a decade or more.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I see what you're saying. Like the fallout of it won't actually take effect until after a lot of these contracts have
expired.
Shut down.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't have situations like the Dodgers or the Mets right now where you're just buying everybody. At the moment.
I'm all in favor of it. I just wonder how they would make it work.
I'd like to be on the law firm of, they go to Bryce Harper and say, sorry, we're not paying you the rest of this contract. I'd like to be a part of that.
We can't do
settlement
that
deal.
anymore.
Yeah.
So Ken Rosenthal is on the Ed Herman side of things, saying that if you look at it, there is a randomness. Teams can get in. The Yankees don't win it every year. The Dodgers don't win it every year. But you could also argue there's just certain teams that have zero chance.
Well, I disagree on the point that teams have zero chance to win the World Series. But if I could, I'd happily do it. I feel like I could pick 10 teams, but for the safety of the wager, give me 5 that I can say that I would bet will not win 90 games. If any of them do win 90 games, I lose the bet. And it's a 5-star lock. You already know that. Yeah. But I wouldn't do that with a world champion. And so if you create a system that gets closer to a coin flip than rewarding the 162-game season, and then you can go, look, you don't know who's going to win the World Series. Well, you've created a self-fulfilling prophecy to claim that you have a chance for whomever you might cheer for. But as far as a team that is legitimately having a great regular season, you could already eliminate, you could probably eliminate half the teams right now. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you mathematically break it down, the number of football games, 17, and how many games they play to determine a champion versus 162 games and the number of teams in there. And then, like I said, a best-of-3 series. When you can win a division, best of 3, you're gone. I hope you enjoyed your 24 hours after watching us for 6 months. It's just hackneyed, and it's rather obvious what they're doing. They can't get a salary cap, and so this is how they have to try to claim that there is competitive balance with this kind of BS.
And I'm not sure there's an easy way out of it because they have to do something to keep a lot of teams still in the race for those last couple months of the season so that they can sell tickets and get TV ratings. Well, they've got to continue to generate money for as many franchises as possible.
Would a sort of Band-Aid be eliminating divisions and just putting the top 6 teams from each league in? Like, would that make you feel a little bit better about the competitive balance of it all?
I'm not interested in Band-Aids.
I don't disagree, but just for the short term. Like, do you think, like, just getting rid of because I feel like if you're...
Well, the short term is 2026. I mean, we're talking about this thing ends after the 2026 season. And when you have 2/3 of fans wanting a salary cap, and then more fans than not wanting to see a work stoppage, also per MLB trade rumors, because enough's enough. And I get it. I get where people are coming from on it. I mean, how wonderful would it be if you had, take your pick of whomever, everybody's competing. I would think it's better for players, actually, as crazy as it is, to have more teams at the table being able to compete. But, on the other side of that, of course, is then that it artificially lowers the competitive market. So I understand that. And I understand this current generation of players does not want to do what would be the ultimate sin to the previous generations, and that is give in on what they have fought for forever, which is no salary cap.
You would think the top players and agents are frustrated that the market every year is 3 or 4 teams. The market every year, 3 or 4 teams. Who's your guy? Best player in the game. Where's he going to go? I don't know. Mets, Yankees, Dodgers. It's almost always the same group of teams.
But they continue to get record contracts, too.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it would probably be a little frustrating that already before you go out into the free agent market that it's been whittled down to 2 or 3 or 4 teams.
Teams are obviously going to be gun shy about even spending anywhere near that or offering anywhere near that because they know it'll be matched, if not made a better deal in a bigger market for a probably better team.
Tim, what would the best playoff format be? Would you like an NLDS, ALDS, like best of 7, and then eliminate the wild card altogether?
I liked what they had before they instituted this current one because it rewarded the 3 division winners, and then you did have 2 wild cards, but the wild cards played each other in a 1-game series. And then right to work where the wild card would play the team that had the best record, which meant that team that had the best record wasn't going to face the best starter from that other team because most likely they were burned in that previous game. And that gives an advantage also without that 1 seed sitting around for a week. as it currently is formatted, 1 and 2 seeds for that matter. So that would be, I think that they had it, but they wanted to increase more teams being in it, and then artificially create, quote unquote competitive balance. But there is no competitive balance when it comes to the regular season. What they have done, though, now is turn the regular season into college basketball, and then we got a little NCAA tournament in the month of October. And that is where I have a problem with it, and that has played a role with me falling out of love with the game of baseball. You are welcome to give your thoughts on the topic by calling in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, and YouTube.com/TMASTL, where Periwinkle James Pet Rodent says, Douglas, I love your clothing.
It's just a sweater. It's all it is. It's just a little sweater.
That's pretty
Periwinkle
James Pet Rodent.
What does that mean exactly?
Periwinkle James, he has a pet rodent.
Right.
Which I think that's like, to me, that's an offense.
Wow.
Having a pet rodent. I
Does
don't
it
like
even
to
count as a pet?
I don't like to shame people for what they do.
You're cool with me and my gerbil farm.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's at least some practicality to that.
Like what?
I'm not going to get into it. They were on these
in
are
the world?
FM airwaves. But, just a pet rat.
It's not a pet.
That's a big non-starter for me. If you're like, come over and hang out, I got this pet rat, I'm staying as far as humanly possible.
Right, and it's not a pet. It's just vermin in a cage.
Yeah, agreed.
That's all it is.
Couldn't agree more.
Does a hamster fall into that rodent?
Gross. Have you ever smelled a room in which a hamster or a guinea pig reside?
Sure.
Guinea pig.
I think unless your pet can roam around the house freely, he's not really a pet. He's a captive.
It smells like a subterranean
What about a rabbit?
prison.
Where are you at on rabbits?
Same thing.
Got to be caged up, not a
If
pet.
they're
Bunnies
caged
are
up,
okay.
it's not a pet.
Bunnies are okay.
It's a prisoner. It's not a pet.
All pets are prisoners? Should that be my take? Should that be my stance?
Well,
should that be my
but
stance?
when you let a dog outside,
all pets are prisoners.
What just happened?
when you let a dog outside, they generally come back, so they like being
Yeah, they know where
It
food is.
started with Doug's outfit being appreciated by Periwinkle.
James. Great points, Tim, per usual. Nobody has baseball takes as good as yours. Thanks, Doug. That's Big Tuft from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. My wife will have sex with you.
Oh.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Words and stuff.
James Carlton, a loyal sponsor of this program, online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and he has 409 five-star reviews. Jay Williams wrote this 2 months ago. Jackson, you think that's...
It could be.
Meeting with James was a great experience. He is my new agent, and I had no idea that a face-to-face could be as beneficial. We reviewed all my policies, got to know me as a little bit as a person, and actually started saving money in the meeting with the Drive Safe and Save app. If you need insurance, I would definitely recommend James Carlton. I made the switch. You have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 and seeing if James can save you money. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Coming up on this program, we will have John Kelly on the Blues win last night as they head home to take on Vegas once again. And also Josh Schertz in studio, friend of the program / co-host, and Doug will coach up the Billikens.
Like to get my shot.
That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We believe Buck Swope has tied the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on YouTube.com/TMASTL and 101 ESPN.
What's new in 2025? How about a new checking plan? Presented by our friends at Together Credit Union. They launched the brand new high-yield checking account called Empower Checking. And with Empower Checking, you earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. The interest is paid to you each month, a checking account that rewards you for the balances. It's not based on activity. To apply, visit togethercu.org. Stop by any of the 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. You already know it's a great organization, Together Credit Union, where you are one of the owners. You simply sign up, and you're part of the ownership group at Together Credit Union. It's that simple. And now, get high-yield checking on top of it. Find out more about Empower Checking by going online, togethercu.org/empower. For full terms and details, membership eligibility required. Do it in 2025. Sign up for Empower Checking. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Who's got 2 thumbs and 2 teams in the area that are ranked in the AP Top 25? This guy, Missouri, ranked 22 after 2 wins in the SEC this week. Illinois, despite the loss on Saturday to Michigan State, moves up 2 spots to 17 in the AP Top 25. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on this award-winning radio presentation. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Getting that YouTube chat. Friends have gathered, Doug. 248 of them, and they're talking it over right now at youtube.com/TMA. At now 270. Now 270.
Can I get 275?
275. 275.
And they're talking about things like gerbil tubes.
Clip that off.
Gosh, Doug.
Well, you brought that up.
No, I didn't.
Jackson.
Someone said you look like a gerbil coming out of a tube.
Well, that was early on. We've rectified camera situation here.
All right.
Bam! Doug, what awards has this show won? Maybe RFT at some point?
Inside STL named it Best Show.
Just blanket.
It's correct. It's best show ever. You're welcome to get involved on the program. Friends have gathered. Chairman Kurt, I see, is on the phone. 314-974-0101. I'll hold my phone up. That's how I find out who is on the line. That's our system, Doug. You might say it's antiquated. Well, I don't. Kirk Herbstreit
is on the line?
I don't believe so. Was trending on the Twitter tweets last night, and I was wondering what that was all about. And I guess it's because people were unhappy that he was happy. Is that fair, Jackson?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Take a listen, Doug.
Kirk Herbstreit join us now, and men, this story can now be told, right? You guys heard it. Holly asked him about it. We've all heard Ryan Day say the story can only be told if we win tonight. Herbie, I'll let you start as a guy grew up there and wore the uniform. What's the story of this team?
Oh, don't start with me, man. I'm a little emotional. I'm just fired up for these guys. When I call these games, I'm incredibly objective, and I love all these Ohio State teams, but this team, because of what they went through to get to this point, you're just happy,
Right there, the voice was breaking a little bit.
He got a little emotional.
He went there and he played there. Okay, let him have his moment. Who cares?
I agree. That's not what you were tweeting last night.
I didn't tweet a darn thing last night.
I saw the likes you got.
If it had been Joe Theismann on the call and after the game he said, I'm so happy for Notre Dame, people get that, right? Don't reasonable people understand that?
Have you ever been on the Twitter tweets?
I have.
Not everyone was happy, Doug.
No.
Bill in Pennsylvania said, I thought it was unprofessional. Susie in Charlotte said, I didn't care for it at all.
Okay.
Those were among the tweets we found not happy with Kirk Herbstreit.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Doug, that is what they teach you first day in journalism school.
Right. Just get your opinion out there. That's all that matters.
And scream it and double down no matter what facts present themselves. That's exactly right.
You think Ryan Day will come out and say, I didn't hear enough of his postgame. Did he say, I know a lot of people were mad at him. Has he referenced the heat that he was under, and is he taking receipts?
He actually did talk about it, but it's kind of like how they won't say the word Michigan. He's called them more like storms and adversity. Take a listen. Here's Ryan Day following the Buckeyes becoming the national champions last night, defeating Notre Dame.
This team had to have resilience to write the perfect ending. What have you seen from this group in the hard times and the moments that were hard that got you here?
Just sticking together, having each other's back. Faith is huge with these guys. And we built a foundation early in the season that we knew we were going to have to withstand some storms along the way. We did. We stuck together. We hung in there like a family does when things get hard. And we came out the back end. And now this just gives so much credibility to what these guys did all season. I'm so proud of them.
Can I ask a SportsCenter-y question?
I am taking questions. Doug actually doesn't until the 10 o'clock hour when Josh Schertz comes in.
Awkward time to do this.
Would the Buckeyes have won the national championship if they hadn't lost to Michigan?
That's something that I was espousing following the Tennessee win that got the whole thing going. I think that there is something to dialing in, having that break, resetting. They also had a break to get healthy. Their offensive line was super beat up, and you saw the time Will Howard had last night. My goodness, Notre Dame couldn't get to him without blitzing, and that's why they were sending pressure on that critical 3rd and 11 with 2.5 minutes remaining in the game to Jeremiah Smith. They just couldn't get to him. That Ohio State line was beat up at that time. So, yes, I share that thought process, Martin, that if they beat Michigan, I don't know if they come out and play the way that they did. They also would have to play that championship game against Oregon in Indianapolis, Big Ten championship game. And keep in mind, we talked last week as we're approaching here in 2 days, the 25th anniversary of Ricky Proehl's catch against the Buccaneers. That 99 Rams team, I think we all said, actually, we thought that team was better than the 2001 team. I'm surprised to hear that, but I agree with you guys on that. That Ohio State is Will Howard kind of screwing up the clock away from winning in Eugene. And then what was certainly an outlier of a game, 20-point favorites against Michigan, from going through a season in which they played more AP top fives than I think anybody in college football history. Now, obviously, they played way more games than teams just a decade ago, much less decades ago. But how great this Ohio State team is. Before the season, it was talked about as having the most talent of any roster, and what they were able to do in beating Notre Dame, and in beating Texas, and in beating the number 1 undefeated Oregon Ducks, and riding what was their loss earlier in the season there, beating Tennessee, beating Penn State earlier in the year, beating Indiana. This was a hell of a football team. And their 2 losses, I think, will perhaps color that this, I think, may have been the most dominant national champion we've seen since Joe Burrow's 2019 LSU team.
And they didn't just beat those teams. A couple of games were prison beatdowns.
Oregon.
It wasn't even close.
Right.
Tennessee, the same way.
Yep.
And it felt like last night, even though the score looks like it was close, they were pretty much in control of that most of the way.
As I said at the outset of the program, but Doug, as you know, listeners cycle on.
Yeah, some of them do.
We watched the game at my parents' house with the family connections to Notre Dame, and we were all there, my brothers, my sister, and I think my brother Kevin, who's always thanked at the end of this program, was not a big sports fan as it is, was looking for an opportunity to get up and leave, and right when there was a Notre Dame, I think it was the fake punt incompletion, said, "All right, hate to do it, gotta go."
He'd seen enough.
And I was thinking, yeah, I gotta go home and pop some pills, and go to bed myself. Never, ever, ever seeing that thing become a football game. So, tip of the cap to Notre Dame for that resilience that they displayed throughout the year, bouncing back from the Northern Illinois game, the comeback against Penn State, withstanding Georgia's attempt to make it a game in the Sugar Bowl. But when it's all said and done, the talent of Ohio State, I think can be undisputed for this thing.
And I think that's why people were so mad at Ryan Day, because they know the talent they have and why so much was expected. But that's a massive amount of pressure, too, to live up to. You've got all that talent. I had the big O, Orlando Pace, on the podcast last week, and I said, how would you have done with NIL? And he said, I'll give you an example. He said, if I were Jeremiah Smith, I'd hold out every year. Whatever they gave him, he goes, I'd ask for more.
Right.
But they're loaded, and they'll be loaded again. They already put out the odds, Doug, I saw last night.
What?
Favorites to win next year.
Yeah, Doug, you love when they look ahead.
We don't even know who's on the team.
It's about time.
We didn't make it 2 hours after the game. They're like, oh, Texas is up there. Ohio State's
dragging their feet. So Missouri 19, by the way. Hell yeah.
When you look back, you wonder, how did Ohio State lose to Michigan? It's a mediocre Michigan team. They'd had 5 losses, including a couple of losses that weren't very good, got stomped by Illinois.
Doug, you always say that when those two teams get together, you throw the record
books right out the window.
Well, there you go. Any given Saturday.
Well, Ryan Day had a bad game against Michigan as well. I mean, a lot of times, we mentioned earlier, these coaches in the big games don't have their best day.
Well, I mean, geez, you look at their opponent, they lost to Northern Illinois at home, sometimes you just go out there and you play flat-footed and you lose. That's just kind of how football works. It's one loss. It's not really a trend, but because it's so important each and every game, it gets, lost in the shuffle.
Good morning. The Mizzou fans who say, quote, "We beat Ohio State are delusional idiots. Mizzou beat a team with a lot of transfers and opt-outs. Ohio State was on full throttle last night." That's from Driver Rob.
Okay, where's he driving?
Driver Rob, let us know where you're driving.
But be careful, don't text and drive.
No, especially in this weather.
By the way, Chuck Marlowe would like to join us to talk about his Buckeyes winning, but he's recording the Rick Mass show between 9 and 10, Tim. That would be a NASCAR vehicle show, no pun intended.
Vehicle.
Maybe Chuck tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the DeWitts addressed the media yesterday. We will have that audio for you coming up. John Kelly is going to join us. And in studio in the 10 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganess, we will have Josh Schertz, friend of the program, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. Should he stick around and hear what the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom writes in about?
I think he's going to want to.
Little Tommy Tribbins and Misty Plops, and of course the great Buck Swope. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of the email today. Martin, we're Design Air clients and couldn't be happier.
Love Design Air, St. Louis company. And Doug, what's something that's been around a long time? 10 years? 20 years? Give me a number. What's a good number?
A long time. I'd say maybe 20 years.
How about 1904? That's when it began. 1904.
Hello, Willie.
Is when it began. Willie, where's that copy for Martin? Where'd Martin put that Design Air copy? I don't need any copy. We're talking about Design Air, longest running TMA sponsor. Man, it's unbelievably cold. I feel bad for folks who are having issues with the furnace. If it's not working right, you need immediate help. Go to our friends at Design Air. They'll get you back up and running. They are there to repair the furnace. Not trying to sell you anything. DesignAirService.com is the website. Seth Goldcamp and the family are really proud of their reputation. Make sure you keep them in mind. Whether it's the summer and the AC's not working or this time of year, this is an unbelievable stretch of cold. I hope everything's working properly. If it's not, you know where to go. You know the deal. What did Jay-Z say in that TMZ video? You know better. Make sure you go to DesignAirService.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The Bill DeWitt press conference audio on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we are entering the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And Doug, I don't know if you saw him over there, but Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen is in studio.
I saw him sitting over there, standing actually.
I could use some wealth strategies. What do you got?
Doug gives out 5-star plays in the NBA. He loves first half totals.
I'm a big first-half total guy.
Is that right? That's where you live and breathe?
Actually, now I'm afraid we're being spied on again because we were talking about CC Sabathia in the break. I went to Google to look up his stats. Before I typed in one letter, up popped CC Sabathia. Is that what you want to see?
Isn't that because they're listening?
I didn't type in one letter.
Well, this is his big day. CC's gonna get the call at 5 o'clock Central Time today, and
he's going in,
getting in the Hall of Fame. It's going to be exciting. You know, a lot of people don't realize CC, finished with the exact same career win total as Bob Gibson, which is #1 amongst African-American pitchers.
251?
Yeah, 251 on the dot. He had like 4 chances to beat him, but he just couldn't get that win in those last 4 starts.
I didn't realize that part of it. Ed, I promised the audience that we would have some of this Bill DeWitt audio from the winter warm-up, and Jackson has pulled some of it. I know you don't have headphones on. Doug,
I can sign for him.
Doug Martin will sign.
Oh wait!
Look at Jackson.
He's back.
Look at Jackson.
Just when everybody said he was good for nothing.
Here comes Jackson Burkett. Well, he's fresh off the trip to Chi-Town stand-up and Milwaukee.
He loved that Brewtown, everybody.
Here is Bill DeWitt.
Hit the lever pail.
We should maybe go spend money and see if we can't get it back that way. But it's hard to do. I mean, even if you had that goal, that would be hard to do. You have big markets that are just going to do what they do, and we're not in a position to compete at that kind of level of payroll. And there's a time to do it and a time to build. And we're trying to, I think, balance that so that we have the opportunity to have competitive teams every year.
Bill DeWitt at winter warm-up.
He was also asked, I think Jeff Jones asked the specific question about spending less based on revenue going down, but you're sitting on a monster load, basically the franchise value. I think that's how it was positioned. And basically, they've got a ton of money available if they wanted to tap into it in some way.
What was his response to that?
He said, we're not in the business of losing money. Like, we go out each year, and he said, I believe the exact quote, he said, some years we mostly don't make money. Some years we've made a little bit, but we're not looking to lose money. There's some years we've lost money. In other words, they want to try and always match revenue to payroll. And I think Jeff's question was, the franchise is worth so much money. You could afford to lose a little bit of money. And he basically said, our model is to not lose money. We don't really make money. And then he stopped and said, except some years we're a little more successful than others. But basically, we're not looking to lose money is why they're going to always set their payroll based on expected revenues.
Yeah.
Ed Herman, I'm sure you have thoughts.
Listen, I do. I think it's nonsense. All of these, if you own a sports team, your only goal should be winning, and you shouldn't care about making money. It should be your hobby. It's your passion. This isn't where you make your money. You make your money doing something else, building an empire somewhere else, like most of the owners have, and then you say, what can I do for fun? And then you go and you buy a franchise, and you become a fun owner who just wants to do whatever they can to put a winning product on the field. And if you're lucky enough to get one of those owners, you got a great sports city. And when you have an organization that thinks this is a business that needs to make money in and of itself, as soon as you start running it like a business, you're not going to put a great product on the field.
Like Mark Cuban, Steve Cohen,
right.
They're wealthy people.
George Steinbrenner,
you buy a team.
Jerry Jones, you go out, you try. Say what you will about the Cowboys. I'm no Cowboy fan. And for years, I didn't like Jerry Jones until I saw his scene in Landman.
What a wonderful scene.
It changed everything. My whole opinion of him.
Is that right?
It really did. Because, I said to myself, if nothing else, the guy cares. He's trying. He may not make the best decisions, just like Steinbrenner didn't. But you never doubted that all he wanted was a winner. He didn't care. All he wanted was to win. So, that's how it should be, my personal opinion.
Well, DeWitt does have other businesses. He started as an investment guy, I guess, with Reynolds, DeWitt and Company. I see he owns 63 Arby's franchises. valued at $50 million. U.S. playing card company valued at $120 million.
I mean, that's honestly.
What if he said curly fries sales were down?
Yeah, let me just say that those sound like big numbers in our world.
Yeah.
But in the world of sports owners, if you're not worth several billion, you have no business owning a team.
Right.
That's just where it is now.
But they got the team for what, $150 million, and then sold the garages for $90. So they really got the team for like $60 million.
Yeah, but you know what? Look what Steinbrenner did. He bought the Yankees for $8.3 million, and the organization's worth what, $7-8 billion right now. And why did that happen? Because he was committed to winning above all else. You put a good enough product on the field consistently, you will have the revenue, you will make the money, but it's a byproduct of trying to win, not the other way around.
But my thought was always the Cardinals pretty much did that for like the last 20 some odd years. They had a competitive team. They won divisions and World Series. So what happened to all that money?
You know,
was it really just, you know, they barely made money even in the big years?
You know, you can't look back on no team takes the money that they made 20 years ago and uses it today, and that money's gone. They spent it on pools and planes. That's
pools
not
and
around.
planes.
Yeah, that money's gone. You still have the money you made 20 years ago?
A lot of it, yeah.
Get out of here. You know, it went from whatever your equivalent of pools and planes are.
No, I don't have a pool or a plane.
No, that's not how organizations
seem like they'd be sitting on a pile of cash.
Of course they should. Listen, just what these teams get in revenue sharing alone is enormous. I mean, they get, you know, a tremendous amount of money that flows through to the other organizations. That's why, while you know I don't support a salary cap, I do support a salary floor. You know, I think there are a lot of teams that are trying to maintain a profit, and I think if that's your goal, get out of the game.
Like the Marlins getting a $70 million handout and then not really doing anything.
Exactly.
Pirates have done it for years.
The whole point is to take that money and reinvest it in your on-field product.
How do these smart people not hold them in the room accountable to that standard? Like, we're giving you money. Maybe they're happy that they're just terrible, and it's easier for them to just beat up on them.
You know, if you say that, but there is something to that. You don't think that the big teams like the fact that there are a bunch of crap teams out there that don't invest in there? It's less competition when they go after players, and it's less competition on the field when they play them.
So they're not bothered by, maybe they aren't bothered by the fact that they're wasting money on these teams that don't spend it.
Well, listen, you know, the money is theirs. That's how it plays out.
Is it possible that with teams like the Cardinals, with all the success that they've had, are barely turning a profit, that some of these teams really are losing a lot of money?
You know what? I don't see the game is making so much money. Internationally, people say the popularity of baseball has gone down in the United States, and it probably has a little bit. There's a lot of competition. A lot of people got into soccer and what have you. But internationally, when you pick up all the Asian countries who are more into baseball now than they've ever been, as they stock the lineups here and certainly in Los Angeles, I mean, the game is huge. Tons of money to go around. If these teams are not making money, they need to hire people who know how to run organizations.
Major League Baseball teams, for the record, do not open their books, minus the publicly traded organizations, the Braves and the Blue Jays. So when
I own some of the Braves.
Do you?
I do. You know, I don't know a lot. I don't want to show off, but I did read an article last year that said that you could buy shares of the Braves on the stock exchange.
How much did you get?
Are you the chairman?
At my peak, there are two different share funds that you can buy into to own pieces of the Braves. Mm-hmm. At my peak, I owned 50 shares of each fund, and then I was like, why am I even bothering with? I'll just take it down to 5 shares of each, just ceremonially. I probably should have just taken it down to 1 share of each. I just wanted it on my curriculum vitae that I am
Don't say curriculum vitae.
I'm a minority owner in the
Latin hour here. Mark Hanna likes Latin hour.
I should have disclosed that I'm a minority owner in the Atlanta Braves.
Is it your fault that they let Freddie Freeman get away from him?
It was me. I told them, you know what? I didn't say it outright, but I said invest in the youth. I said lock up Acuna, lock up Albies, lock up Riley.
Some people have pools and planes. Some people have shares to the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, Doug.
You know
what was that again? You have cumulative. What is it again?
My curriculum vitae?
Curriculum vitae.
Yeah, well, when you get to, I can't say it's my resume because I own a company. You don't have a resume then. You have a CV. You give it out when you do speaking engagements and all of the consulting work.
And Herman, part owner of the Braves, joins us.
That's right. And part owner of Brown and Crouppen. And I'm Just as proud of both. No, I'm not. Brown and Crouppen, I'm far more proud of. But the Braves are a good team.
Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. The Cardinals, let's talk from a baseball standpoint that certainly is tied into the economics of this unique offseason. Because the Cubs are even money favorites to win the National League Central, even though their projected win total is 86.5, which speaks to just how wide open the Central is. Yeah. With the Cardinals not having done anything this offseason, theoretically, they wouldn't be far from going, okay, well, let's actually try to compete this year. Because, again, there isn't a take your pick of whomever, but obviously Dodgers would be the go-to, not that they're the only superpower out there. What do you think of the baseball conversation involving the Cardinals less than 3 weeks away from showing up in Jupiter?
You know, the odd thing is it is still wide open in the Central. I mean, the Cardinals, they weren't, they still had a winning record this year, didn't
83,
they?
yes. DeWitt Jr. highlighted that.
Which was a better record than the Yankees had the year prior to winning, going to the World Series last year, where the Yankees only won 82 games the previous year. So I'm just saying that they could launch from there. This is not I guess you could say it is a super competitive division in that there are no standout teams right now. I think we all agree that the Brewers took a big step backwards, losing Devin Williams in the bullpen. I do think that Jackson Burkett is going to be a real superstar for them. I think the Reds have gotten a little bit better in the offseason, but still, they're young. They got to develop. I don't know. The Cardinals, I think they really, want to see what they have before they invest any more money. Get an idea, but I wouldn't, don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if they find themselves in a competitive position as the year kind of finds the trade deadline.
And I think that's specific to the fact of the division that they are in. Again, the Cubs
just no standouts.
Win total is 86.5, and yet they're even money to win the National League Central. For the record, the Brewers plus 250, Reds plus 600, Pirates and Cardinals both plus 900.
Yeah, I mean, let me say this. That division is up for grabs. I mean, if Paul Skeens comes out and becomes the pitcher that he already has shown he can be, you can't tell me that the Pirates have no chance of winning that division.
Well, they could
right, but they could also come in dead last. In fact, I think you could probably say that for all of the teams there, except probably the Cubs, who I don't think will finish any worse than third.
Shouldn't they be the bullies of the division? I mean, it's Chicago, major market. They built their own little ballpark village. They own their own TV rights. I mean, I would think the Cardinals are lucky that they don't spend like the Yankees and Dodgers.
You know what? Yeah, but they should be. I mean, there are organizations out there that could be spending. To your point, I mean,
I'm saying why the Cubs should be the bullies.
They should be spending
over the Cincinnatis and St. Louis and Milwaukee.
They absolutely should be. It's ridiculous that they haven't. In fact, that whole division is ripe for one team to just be willing to do a little bit more than the others.
Well, the Brewers have pretty much dominated the division 2 years in a row. No one's been close to them. I'm not sure why the Cardinals think that they've overcome this deficit. They were, 20 games out 2 years ago and 10 games out last year? They're not close to the Brewers right now, or haven't been.
No, they haven't been. But let me tell you, would it shock you if the Brewers win the division and they only wind up with 86 or 87 wins?
Absolutely.
I mean, that seems about right.
That's kind of who they are. They figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's... and now the Brewers are playing now for emotional reasons, right? Bob Uecker passed away this week. I don't know if you guys acknowledged yet, but...
Yeah, it happened while we were on the air last week.
Oh, my God, yeah. That
one hit, man.
It was nice that he made it to 90, but it seems like it's been a rough 12 months losing a lot of legends in the game.
Really? Pete Rose and Ricky Henderson.
Oh, my God. We didn't even talk about Ricky, but can I tell you, that was such a shocker. I didn't believe it when it came on the thing. I didn't know he was sick.
Yeah, it was debated whether or not the story
young.
Was real. Yep.
Even though his face always looked ancient. I don't know why. He was not blessed with a young face.
Not all of us can be Doug Vaughn, Ed.
But, yeah, it's true.
Good luck trying.
We do try. But anyway, yeah, it's a lot of losses. And, Willie Mays, you said, too. I mean, this is a horrible year for
I love
legends.
those Ricky stories. Who was the Seattle first baseman?
John Olerud.
That always wore the old Met. They always wore the helmet, the batting helmet at first, and Ricky's like, hey, Ed, I used to know a guy who did it. He's like, yeah, that was me.
There are so many great Ricky Henderson stories. That's one of my favorites.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ed Herman, Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Always great to have a conversation with you. Thank you so much, kind sir. There he is. That's Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen with us here.
Of the Atlanta Braves.
Yes.
Braves owner.
Chairman.
Ed Herman.
Ed Herman. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're dealing...
I can tell you that the Chiefs would not cover the spread in their game back, and they did.
And there you go. You delivered. Courtesy of the safety. Low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritable. Those are symptoms of low testosterone. Well, that's where Mentality comes into play. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. The results... You can experience energy coming roaring back, belly fat burning off, muscle strengthening. You feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Blues with a really big win last night in Las Vegas. John Kelly will join us to talk it over next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube chat. TMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL, where so many friends gather and watch the program and talk it over and become friends with each other. Learn more about Evergreen Wealth Strategies at evergreenstl.com. Joining us right now to talk it over regarding a great win last night. He's back in St. Louis already, Doug. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the program, John Kelly with us on the Kelly and Thompson phone lines. Morning, John.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? I would have loved to have stayed in Vegas. It was a lot warmer than here, I'll tell you that.
And there are poker tables everywhere.
And there are a lot of poker tables, Tim. Yeah. We love poker tables, right, Tim?
Yes, we do. Can I ask how it went and where you played? Do you mind if I ask, or do you just want to text me?
A little tournament at Ari and had a nice little 8-way chop, so it was fun. Yeah.
Wow. 8-way chop. What is that exactly?
Tim, go ahead.
Well, you get to the final table of the tournament, and there are 8 players left, and the final 8 players say, hey, there's, let's say, I guess at this tournament, probably $10 million in the pot, John?
Yeah, we wish.
and you go, hey, why don't we divvy it up based on you're the chip leader, you get 20%, you're in second place, you get 15%, and so on and so forth until we make everybody whole, and off we go, huh?
8-way chop.
8-way chop.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
So it's fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a profitable adventure out to Las Vegas. I like to hear those little anecdotes, John. How about last night, man? That was one where if they would have lost that thing, even though they still would have picked up a point, it would have been a huge gut punch to go out there, bounce back after the game in Utah, and have that lead. But instead, they're able to win it in the shootout. But I would imagine you were sitting there thinking when Vegas tied that thing up late, going, "Oh boy, this could be a big problem that could carry over." What were you thinking when Vegas was able to tie that thing up?
Yeah, I have the exact same thoughts as you, Tim. That if you only get a point last night, with a 2-goal lead with 3.5 minutes to go, then you're really letting a point slip away, quite obviously. It seems every time the Blues play Vegas, the game goes to overtime. It's amazing how many overtime games these teams have played in 8 years. But, give Vegas credit. I mean, they had 2 6-on-5 goals and, 2 of their best shooters, Eichel and then the young guy Dorofeev, who's got a bomb of a shot, both scoring on their one-timers. So, I think the Blues, in hindsight, sat back a little bit in the last 10 minutes. But overall, they played a really, really strong game against an excellent team. So a bounce-back effort after what I would consider a very average effort in Utah that led to that loss. And, they split the road, and now they come home and take on the Knights again on Thursday.
And Vegas is one of the top teams in the league. Utah, mediocre at best. Is there any explaining that, how they can play so well against the best teams and not so good against the lesser teams?
I don't have an answer for that, Doug. I think that it's sort of it's natural to get up for the better teams because obviously you don't want to get embarrassed. But the Blues in Vegas in Game 3, they played well and lost by 1 goal. So I don't really know. I think that if you go back to the Utah game, it's sort of like the way the Blues have played to a degree in the last couple of weeks. And, they have a winning record in the last 10 games. It's not all doom and gloom. They played pretty well, but they've been a bit inconsistent in certain games. And I mentioned the Utah game. You mentioned it. Going back a few weeks up in, Columbus and in Minnesota, they were inconsistent and lost both games. So, the challenge right now is to play a 60-minute game. It's obviously really hard to do. The other team wants to win too. But I think that's the biggest issue. Up in Utah, they were way too loose in the first period. and then the coach had to bench the Thomas line, and they found their game and played better. But, obviously you want to play a more complete game like I think they did last night in Vegas.
And, John, it did seem like instead of just mixing up the lines or moving guys around, it was very pointed from Montgomery. Thomas, Buchnevich specifically seemed to be called out. Those are big-time, high-dollar players. But, I think it had to be done. But are you ever surprised when a coach makes it? It wasn't just, we'll mix it up a little bit. It was pretty clear he was upset with those two.
It was very clear. And, you look at the goals that they were on the ice for, and, Montgomery talks a lot about details. Well, what are details? It means stopping and starting on pucks, playing on the right side of the puck, good stick position, things like that, taking your man. And the Blues were way too loose in the first period. And, quite honestly, that's the only ammo a coach has right now. I mean, you're not going to sit a player for the entire game. You can, but that's really radical. You can't cut his pay. You're not going to center the minors. So if you sit a player for half a period, it really gets the message sent. And I like that Montgomery started the Thomas line on the power play in the second period. So in other words, message sent, message delivered, let's move on and let's be better. And I think Thomas and company were better in the remaining two periods, and they were really good in last night's game. So, hey, Brett Hull got benched years ago by Mike Keenan. A lot of great players have over the years. It's not the end of the world. Again, it's just a lesson learned, and hopefully those guys have taken it to heart.
John, is the Vegas game day experience one of the better ones in the league?
Yeah, it really is. It's tough, though, from my perspective. We're at the very top of the building in the press box. So it's enclosed, and, you're not right down in the crowd. But, they have, it's called the Fortress. So it's really cool what they have in the building. And, the showgirls are down by the ice, and they have great music. It's really loud in there. Walking to the arena, we stay a couple of blocks away on the Strip, right near the Aria. And, you walk down the sidewalk toward the T-Mobile, which is about a block off the Strip, and there's all kinds of restaurants and bars and things like that. It wasn't as busy, last night because the weather was quite cool, but when it's warm out, it's just a party out there. So it's an unbelievable environment, one of the very best in the NHL, to be honest.
I'm always interested in those logistics details. Like when the game is over, you go right to the airport, and then does everybody eat on the plane and fly for 2.5 hours? Do they sleep? Do they eat? And then you get home at, 3 in the morning?
Yeah, like White Castle waiting for you?
No, we're treated really well. Yeah, we go right to the airport, and we're out of there in about 45 minutes, and they feed the guys on the plane. And, on a day like last night, the game started at 3 o'clock local time. So, no, the guys aren't sleeping last night. They're playing cards or watching movies or reading or whatever. So it was a happy flight home last night, as the Cardinals would like to say, right?
Well, I guess it was. Yeah, and you got to eat too, I hope.
Well, of course. They got to feed the broadcasters and the media, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's the most important thing.
We work very hard during the game, as you guys know.
Well, you do.
Hard.
Yeah, you do. And you do a fantastic job.
Thank you, Doug.
John, Vegas sort of defer. Like in football, they let you have the ball in the second half, or we'll start. They didn't want to go first. That's rare, isn't it, in the shootout?
That's a great point, and I didn't mention that during the broadcast because it sort of happened so quick. But you're right. It's teams usually like to go first. I use the analogy of golf, where if you're like in a playoff with your opponent and you both have a 6-foot putt for birdie, I think most golfers would like to go first and then make the putt and put the pressure on the second guy. But the Blues Vegas let the Blues shoot first last night, and of course the Blues scored the first 2 goals. And then there's all kinds of pressure on Vegas. But, they almost tied the game on the last chance by Dorofeev. He made a great move, but Binnington got his pad down. So, yeah, I was a little bit surprised by the decision by Bruce Cassidy. But, it worked out well for the Blues, so that's great.
All right. As long as you're well fed, that's what I'm worried about.
That's your takeaway, Doug.
Yes.
All this great insight.
I want to know how it works.
And an 8-table chop.
Eight-person chop there at the Aria.
And you know what's amazing about it, Tim, is in the 6 hours of the tournament, not once did I have pocket aces, kings, or queens, and I still made it to a chop.
Wow, must have been some savvy play there.
Yes.
May I ask one more poker question, then I'll stop? Sure. How many players were in the tournament? If it was only 6 hours, I'm going to guess 80.
70. You're right. 70 people.
Yeah.
70 people.
God bless America. That's a great poker room, Aria, in Las Vegas, for those of you.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. That's where Phil Hellmuth plays all the time.
I was about to
he's
say,
a resident at Aria.
You probably saw some of the well-known poker celebrities in that room. That it used to be Bellagio, now it's Aria. John Kelly with us, fresh off of a trip back from Las Vegas. Hopefully, the Blues can keep the momentum from the win. Wouldn't it be something else if they get all 4 points against VGK this week as they enter a really difficult stretch of teams between now and the Four Nations? John Kelly with us every Tuesday here on TMA. John, always appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
All right, Tim, I'll talk to you next Tuesday. More hockey and poker talk.
That sounds perfect
and
for me. And food.
Hockey and poker talk.
Hockey and poker talk here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can watch the program and participate with DJ Patty Cakes, who's in there talking it over as we speak. Doug, along with the Baldwin Beer Batch and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully and Droid Effects and John Cusick and the delectable Danny Pintaro and longtime TMA member Ken Iggy Strode, who is talking about grilling steak, it looks like. Something about a skillet.
Well,
you're not going to want to grill outside today, are you?
Cats and dogs.
I'm sorry, Martin just lowered the computer in front of him during the entire John Kelly interview. He looks like Wilson from Home Improvement with half of his face over the computer. And it was really funny. I could have changed it, but I really thought it was just super funny.
You left it up there.
I did.
I was so locked in on the interview, I didn't notice until after that all that was appearing was my scalp.
Well, that's a much better comparison, Wilson, than gerbil in a tube that you got earlier in the show.
Well, I don't know what people's knowledge on 90s sitcoms are, especially, ones with Tim Allen. I don't know.
Well, it was a good analogy, darn good analogy.
And Jonathan Taylor Thomas, for that matter.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Rodney Dangerfield was in one of the episodes. I really liked it.
He was?
I really like. Yeah, he was. It was when it was a Thanksgiving episode there at Ford Field in Detroit. Rodney Dangerfield walks in. It was like one of his last years of life. When did he die? When Dangerfield died?
Crowdsourcing.
It's
been a while.
2012, I'm going to say.
2012, really?
You think it was further back?
I'm going to say further back and feel very good about it.
Yeah, I was thinking like 99, maybe.
2004.
Oh, wow.
I felt very good about that. Martin gave me value. I had to take advantage of that, just like John Kelly.
It was an
8-man chop.
Really?
Yeah. Is that right? Wow. He really didn't get it going until... It was Caddyshack?
His first movie, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had been performing.
Born in his 40s. So he was born in 1921. Wow. So Caddyshack, you're talking 58-ish when he's in Caddyshack. I mean, I'm sure he did a lot of other stuff. Doug probably remembers, but
I do. He was one of the big stand-up guys.
Sally Kellerman from the Hidden Valley Ranch commercials.
He was on the Tonight Show frequently with Johnny Carson.
Yeah,
he was on there a lot. Because he was like the top stand-up comedian of his time there for a few years anyway.
Hey, guys, did Ryan Day make his way into the stands last night and find Lou Holtz, who was enjoying pureed foods, and ask him what he thinks about Ohio State now?
Yeah.
That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
That's tough.
Air Comfort Service text inbox. What's tough?
Well, it's
the pureed food is tough.
Yeah, but like going at Lou Holtz and then they show him on video and you're like, you shouldn't be going it. Let the man live.
Even after he and his leg made it to the game. Remember, I had an update for you last week on the leg.
It was great to see. But yeah, that's pick a different person to kind of do your thing about.
That was pretty good. Lou Holtz was 88, and he was wearing the 88 hat in celebration of the 1988 national
Tony Rice was one of the reasons we won that game. Tony Rice was an outstanding quarterback.
Rocket Ishmael.
Rocket was a great player. Raheem, I believe.
That's correct.
Good to see old Lou at the game, but Ryan Day had his day. You guys want Chuck on tomorrow? I feel like
sure.
He said he was watching with the family.
Was he pounding booze?
Was he? You think? Just based on his
he tweeted out. He goes, "I'm 8 beers in. Should I go live?"
8? Wow.
Well, then
good on him.
I thought you were guessing.
No.
You actually said it.
No,
good on him. 8 beers.
We'll try and clear the docket on Wednesday.
And Doug, somebody just sent in an image of themselves with a hat that is not currently anyway in the TMA STL shop, but it says, "Looking for a cute stepdad."
Oh.
And he's holding a Busch beer.
Okay.
Would you wear that hat?
Probably not. Probably not.
This guy and his stepfather have a hell of a relationship.
Right.
I did see a hat in a convenience store the other day. I was close to buying it. It just said Sugar Daddy on there.
What stopped you?
Do you buy a lot of your apparel from convenience stores?
I get most of my clothing at Mobile on the Run.
I've bought a gas station T-shirt before.
You did?
Boughton. I just used the word boughton.
What was the verb there?
Wow.
Chairman Kerr was on that.
Yeah,
in a
I know.
split second, he jumped
just
on
used
it.
the word boughton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to get involved in a variety of ways. That YouTube chat active is all get out. Michael Dolan's talking to Diddles the Piddles.
Who are
Jackson's Conscience, which, of course, is an avatar of Frank Hay.
Which hurts. That hurts.
And of course, the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. We've had a bunch of calls, but I haven't gone to them yet. So, Chairman, I don't know if the people are there. But either way, call in. I'll make sure we get you on. 314-974-0101. Because friend of the program / co-host, Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, is going to be in studio with us coming up in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour, which will also include the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Billiken's got it going. Bazori's now ranked. And what are they ranked? 23?
22.
22.
22. And deserving of that, I'd say. But I don't care about rankings. I want that out there. I think people focus too much on that nonsense.
Billikens have LaSalle tomorrow night, then on the road at George Washington, and then big week next week. 2 great home games, VCU and Dayton. I'm going to the Dayton game with my wife and 2 boys.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, looking forward
The
to it.
Blizzard.
Yeah, that's always a Blizzard game. That's always really fun.
Yeah, I figure if they're going to see their first ever basketball game, that's a good one for them to get that atmosphere
great
going.
Why not St. Gabe's?
7th grade tournament sold out.
Couldn't get
Sold out.
Couldn't get it.
What are you doing? Why you act like that's
For an
not true?
event that the outcome's already been determined?
Slander suit, Thompson Coburn, red alert, red alert.
There's probably a guy over at LeGrand's. How many do you need, pal? What you want? You want the 7th grade tournament?
I'll take a legend, and I'll take 4 tickets to the 7th grade tournament quarterfinals.
Yeah, you want that Jimmy Ball game? There's an Edmonds sandwich.
There is, and I went there with Edmonds, and he goes, well, I guess I got to get the sandwich with my name on it. And I got to be honest with you, I'd get the legend.
Yeah, I've seen what the Edmonds has, and I'm getting the legend all day. But Edmonds is a legend, so there you go.
Isn't it a salami turkey on the Edmonds?
Doug, is it a
Or is that the
I don't know what the
Doug, is that the
sandwich is.
slap shot?
I don't know.
I can imagine Edmonds going, is that all that comes with it? That's it? It's got your name on it, pal.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to partake in the program in the many, many ways. Collier and Thompson phone lines. We're going to take the calls, 314-974-0101. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him, and you're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. That's not the way they do business. Go to Michael's online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. There's a reason Michael has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all. Carpet is awesome and back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Check them out online at igotfloored.com.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win last night, final score of 6-5 in the shootout. Off today, taking on the Golden Knights again on Thursday. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. There's another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is the morning after. 101 ESPN, YouTube, TMASTL channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. And I got a text here that says, Banty political guy is running around. Big Tough Doug says, Banty political take guy is running around in the YouTube chat. Maybe it's the 101 ESPN chat. Chairman, have you been over there? I don't see anything. I don't see anything.
No, I haven't really been very active in either. I didn't...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. So please let us know. And you're welcome to participate in the program by calling in. Doug, it's a phone call segment. Okay. Larry Nickel's been calling in. 314-974-0101. Pestis from Festus was. I just couldn't get to him. I couldn't get to him. So this is your time to get on.
It's not your fault, though, Tim.
I agree with you on that. Never is.
Kurt will often say no. Is that all you got? Those are the people I want to talk to. Is that all you got?
314-974-0101. Josh Schertz going to be in studio with us in the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Before we go to our Callier and Thompson phone lines, Jackson has a grievance he wants to air with Martin's alma mater from his 10-man boys trip into a cabin in the Smoky Mountains this weekend.
That was a stretch. That was
8 people?
There was four total, including myself. Yeah, so 4 total. So we did a day trip up to Milwaukee on Saturday. We had one Airbnb.
Did you have your own bedroom?
No, me and my brother split a king-size bed.
Doug?
Come on. I mean, come on. Uproarious laughter.
What were you expecting?
We couldn't be further apart. We are like I was asleep, and as far as I am to Doug, that's where my brother was.
Mm-hmm. Were you closer to Lisa Ann when you shared a bed with her?
About pert near the same.
Doug, did you hear that? Pert near?
Yeah,
pert near.
I heard it loud and clear.
Pert near the same.
Pert near.
So yeah.
Where in Chicago did you stay?
Greektown. So like
kind of near the stadium.
Yeah, probably like 10 blocks from formerly Sears Tower, now Willis Tower, right by the train station. Walked a lot, did a lot of walking. Yeah. Boy, was it cold, especially in Milwaukee, because Saturday we went up, saw Marquette play Xavier. Marquette fell to Xavier.
Did not play well at all.
Did not play well, the number 7 team in the nation. And I have to say, Marquette fans were out in full force. Good to see them. Big student section. I was a little bit concerned is the wrong word, but taken aback by how little it seemed that loss affected the fan base.
Wow. That's your grievance?
Wow. Yeah, I thought that there should have been, people were like, let's go get a drink. And everyone was like, fun day, Saturday, let's all enjoy ourselves. No, it's a home loss to a Muskies team who are,
Muskies.
Credit Sean Miller, but, him and his sweat, but he's not that. That team's
they're paying
no
players
good.
too, brother.
That game's no good. That team's no good, and you lose, and I just thought, I wish I saw more people like maybe throw over.
Sobbing?
Like kicking a trash can, a little more upset, solemn in the vestibules of Pfizer Forum. I didn't see.
What a sentence that was. Gosh. Solemn in the vestibules of Pfizer Forum.
I didn't see that. It just seems like everyone was like, let's just go hit the bar. If Mizzou would have lost to Arkansas, you think I would have just been whistling Dixie on the way back to the train?
From the 314.
I knew people wouldn't like the take.
Buddy, we're 15-3.
Sure.
6-1 in the Big East. We're doing fine, pal.
I'm not saying you're not. I think Marquette has a great team, and I think Shaka Smart's a great coach. I'm just saying home losses aren't something to sneeze at, and I felt that they were very cavalier with their attitude.
Gosh, the Bird Cavaliers. Jackson's Conscience has a question in a YouTube chat. Did Jackson also wet the bed with his brother like he did in Jamaica with Lisa Ann? Doug, there are unfortunate allegations that the reason Jackson was wearing a diaper in the Caribbean Sea was because he was having problems controlling his bladder, and that's what Jackson's Conscience is insinuating. I don't know if you want to litigate.
I mean, there's so many inaccuracies in that text and what Tim just said. I feel like I should almost dump out of it. I wasn't wearing
censorship.
I wasn't wearing a diaper. It was a flotation flotation cummerbund is the best way to describe it.
Flotation. That's not a whole lot better.
Despite the fact that I can
text inbox
that I am not only can I swim, but I am a great swimmer.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, like I'm like a fish, and so I didn't need it, but they made me put it on. I didn't wet the bed with Lisa Ann.
Everybody has that problem every now and then with incontinence.
I've only ever, like, when you're as hammered as humanly possible, would something like that happen, where you wet the bed. That never happened. So no. So I'm not going to answer or even respect questions with such false premisi.
Oh, that's not a word. I don't think that's a word. Kurt.
No, it's not a word, Kurt. Rats.
Boughton is.
Boughton, I did say Boughton.
Boughton is.
Yeah.
Premisi is not.
Did you enjoy the Marquette campus? Is that tattered and run down and look like a place where you go if you can't get into Mizzou?
Oh,
no, it's certainly no.
Quite the opposite.
I would agree with Martin. It's very, very nice. It's just really cold in Milwaukee. I mean, it was just brutally cold. Milwaukee's a gorgeous city, though.
Get a bigger Airbnb already instead of bunking with men. What the hell we doing, pal?
That's from Big Tough.
Bunking with men. What do you like? Bunking with men. We were at a big Airbnb. Bigger. I don't know.
Was it a house or a condo?
No, it was like an apartment. It's Chicago. It's expensive. Bulls tickets are expensive. Marquette tickets are expensive.
How much was this Airbnb per night?
I can't remember.
Did you brush up against your brother's hairy legs?
No, there was no brushing. I legitimately, like, you could have fit 2 other guys in between us.
Oh, and you would have liked that.
No, I'm not saying.
Sounds like something's on a menu.
No, I'm just saying that there is a lot of room. And I sleep, of course, face down, so I couldn't be bothered. Which I think is I actually think is affecting my golf swing, but I'll get into that later.
Well, it affects your neck, for sure.
I do.
The fact that you sleep on your face is affecting your golf swing, and that's why you hit a 7-iron 140 yards?
I think part of it, because I think I roll my shoulders onto the bed where my face is, and so I have a naturally rolled shoulder, which gives me bad posture, which means getting into that slot is tougher, because my shoulder isn't used to that.
Face is just open. It's as simple as that.
Well, that's part of it, too.
Yeah, how was the train ride to
Big fan.
Chicago?
Big fan. Train ride up, awesome. Like, made it in, under 5 hours, which is really nice for a train. Way back with a less fun. But rail travel...
Why was it less fun on the way back?
There was a lot more stops, a lot more, like, they were describing it as rail traffic.
Oh,
I was like...
I like that, rail traffic.
I was like, just, you tell them to take a rip track and get out of the way.
Take a rip track?
Yeah, watch Unstoppable with Denzel. It's really good.
Now, was the food pretty good on the train?
No.
Did you have some cocktails on the way up?
No, it was too early.
Drinks?
Too early.
Really?
We had to do so much walking in the cold that I was like, once we get to a spot where it's warm, I'll drink, but not in between.
Who'd the Bulls play?
Hornets. It was Hornets. It was ball on ball. It was LaMelo versus Lonzo. And LiAngelo, swerve bend that corner, was courtside. So it was full on ball family reunion. I didn't see LeVar, but it was fun.
Where'd you sit? You have good tickets?
Pretty good. That's where we paid. That's where a lot of the money went to, is getting somewhat decent Bulls tickets. Because United Center is really big, so you don't want to be up top.
First, it was footsie in the foothills of Tennessee. Now Pale's dabbling with incestual basketball weekends in Greektown. Lock it up, virgin!
That's some little Tommy Tribbins, Doug. And boy, it's cold, but he's still on his trike out in the parking lot. Little Tommy Tribbins, neighborhood kid here in Creve Coeur.
Boy, do I regret saying anything about the accommodations.
You were the one who wanted to talk about your grievance, and we thought the grievance was going to be about your accommodations.
No.
But alas, it was just unhappy that Marquette fans weren't unhappy.
Yes, that's my grievance, is that it just felt, another day.
Were you complaining that Herb Street was too happy?
So no. I'll never complain about someone being too happy. Although, I'll get to it. I got to develop a take a little bit more before I give it. I have
will there be classes after school?
Well, I have the seeds of a take that I'm not fully ready to give yet, but I'm working on it. It has to do with Dan Campbell. But we'll get there.
Oh, wow. Seeds of a take.
All right.
Well, I'm sorry we weren't sobbing in the aisles at the Pfizer Forum.
Student section, to be honest with you, they're huge. Both baselines taking up the student section. If I was a Muskie, a Xavier, I would have felt like, this was a neutral site. I didn't think that they were into it.
Not happy with the energy in the building.
I thought.
What is this, a spoiled fan base? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think it's a spoiled fan base. I didn't get it. I thought, because it's like Marquette. It's not like you have football in the fall to fall back on.
Oh, now you're taking shots.
Wow. Boy, I thought I wanted a little more.
Okay, Final Fours for Mizzou versus Marquette.
No, trust me, and that's another reason. I think they're more prestigious. I'm just telling you, if Mizzou would have lost
74, 77, let's see, 2003, Final Four, let's see, Mizzou. Okay,
yeah, all right, I get it.
Sorry.
But I just thought that there would have been a little bit more people upset.
You expect them to cry or something after a mid-season loss?
Silence in the
It's a
concourses.
Saturday afternoon. It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. That's what everyone's feeling was. Maybe that was even Shaka Smart's
Maybe
feeling.
some can put this in perspective and get on with their lives despite a rugged loss to your Muskies.
Yeah, I guess it just means more in the SEC.
Yeah.
Pale, encouraging, toxic fandom is really a choice. Wow. Hashtag free perk. I'm told the Colts will have at least one participant in the Pro Bowl. Working to confirm, Doug. That's Brian Henson with an exclusive.
Okay.
Listen, I eat, sleep, and breathe ball, and apparently that's not the case in MKE.
Did Jackson's brother leave a day early like Lisa Ann did because of the sleeping arrangements? That's from Jake, and he's in Kirkwood.
No. Silly. People are so silly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to participate in the program. So many different ways. Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. And then it looks like Chester McNaughton is in there in the YouTube chat talking to Danny Pintaro. He's known as the delectable Danny Pintaro in there with Diddles, the Piddles, Doug. Mark Milton is in there at STLTaxLawyer.com.
And delectable in his own right.
Amen.
We're getting right up there in tax season now. You're getting your forms in the mail these days. Mark Milton can handle that, of course, but what he really specializes in is helping people who have gotten sideways with the IRS for some reason. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns from years back, or bank levies, or wage garnishments, or possibly even facing IRS criminal investigation. That gets to be serious stuff. But you got a friend in Mark Milton. He is right there to defend you against the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton and the STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country, and got his law degree from St. Louis U. More importantly, he lives and works right here now in the St. Louis area. Started his legal career with the Department of Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the country. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ladies and gentlemen, Billikens head coach Josh Schertz coming up in studio here in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Always enjoy our conversations with him. And he's got a ball club playing pretty well. And he got a big couple weeks here, Doug. So fight Tiger and fight Billiken and fight Illini. Maybe all three to tournament? Maybe all three to tournament? You think so?
I absolutely think it could happen, yeah.
Well, yeah, it could happen, but would you make it like the favorite? Would you say 51%?
The only tough part is I think the Billikens absolutely have to win the A-10 tournament, and so now you're entering in a lot of variance.
You going to look Josh Schertz in the eyes and tell him that?
I think he knows.
I'm going to watch you look him in the eyes.
All right, I'll do it.
Oh, nice, Doug.
You're going to scold the coach?
No, I'm not going to scold him.
You're going to say, you better win the A-10 tournament or else you're not going to a big tournament.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that.
Thanks for the jersey.
Yeah, I know. That's the
you got a great jersey.
Really sick. That was what a kind gesture.
It really is sharp.
What a kind gesture. I know. I threw it on yesterday. Felt like I needed to go, throw up a couple 30-footers, knock them right down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This guy, Doug.
Hand down, man down, Doug.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL.
You like this, Jim?
Well, I hear it a lot.
Jeez.
It's okay. It's all right, I guess.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. It's 101 ESPN. We're on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And the Fast Lane and the Riz Show are going to be at Hot Shots in Fenton for the Champ Bash this coming Sunday. The live pregame show with Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto will start at 11 a.m. So get there early to grab your seat and enjoy the Hot Shots pregame tailgate specials from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. before kickoff. There'll be plenty of screens to watch the AFC and NFC championship games and a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, including Blues tickets, Point Fest tickets, and more. Plus, the Riz Show will perform their choreographed dance pick'em punishment at halftime of Game 1. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Riz Show at Hot Shots Fenton this Sunday. All the details can be found at 101ESPN.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We will be joined in studio in the 10 o'clock hour by friend of the program, Josh Schertz, and he's probably not in a very good mood right now because Joe Lenardi has just released his bracketology.
Stuff doesn't matter.
Just a half hour ago.
Oh, yes.
And wow, nothing doing for the Billikens in this tournament. Missouri, though. Missouri taking on North Carolina in Milwaukee. Missouri is a 7 seed taking on the 10 seed Tar Heels.
Just absolute nonsense. And it's actually in Milwaukee, is it?
That's right.
Should we get tickets?
We made that up.
Yeah, go back up there, Jackson.
I would love to. I'd actually really like if it was North Carolina because that's like obviously a huge brand, but they are down this year. They lost to Stanford at home. So, yeah, I would love that.
And then Missouri would take on Purdue in the next round. That's assuming, though, that Dennis Gates' Cleveland State bunch doesn't get past Bat Pater and the Boilermakers setting up. What a job by the committee to put these teams together.
And then you'd have Matt Painter, former Mizzou coach, going against
No,
Mizzou.
they wound up getting Frank Haith. And that's now Jackson's body pillow.
Never mind.
It was tough. Still paying for that one.
Illinois is in this tournament as a 4 seed, taking on Middle Tennessee State. But, Doug, they'll be playing in Denver.
They're going to be playing where now? Denver.
If Illinois is just a 4 seed, I would consider that disappointing. Like, I think they have 3 or 2 seed capabilities. I really do.
That's a 4 seed. I'd take a run all the way to the championship in this tournament the way they play.
They're really, I mean, they are, to be like that Michigan State game, they
got hosed.
I think some of the KJ's fouls I thought were okay. You know, it's not great. They don't look great on video, but they weren't that bad. But Michigan State's a good team, and you go up there and play a game like that. Illinois is in really good shape, man.
He fouled out with 6:39 to go. I think he had 3 shots, KJ.
Yeah, he had 2 before the first media timeout. It's going to be tough.
They got Izzo'd.
Yeah, and Michigan State likes to jump, man. Holy mackerel. They throw up some alley-oops.
Jumping. Pale! Lenardi has 2 A-10 teams dancing. Learn the bracketology. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville in Webster Grove.
Yeah, you'd have one at large, you know, with probably Dayton is probably the only team in the A-10 who could get in that large bid.
They're not surviving the blizzard next Friday.
Right, and then if SLU runs the table in the A-10 and wins the tournament, they'll have the auto bid, and there you go. There's your 2-bid league.
There you go.
I just, like, SLU doesn't have a non-conference resume likely to get them into the tournament.
You going to look Josh Schertz in the eyes and tell him that?
I mean, I think I'm not telling him anything he doesn't know.
The A-10 usually gets 2, 3 teams in.
Yeah, 2 tree.
2. Sometimes tree.
Yeah.
To SLU, like, I actually think that year with COVID, they would have been they could have got in with a at-large bid. They were really good that year, and so was Dayton. Obi Toppin. Boy, could he jump.
George Mason's 5-1 in the Atlantic 10. How about those Patriots?
You know, Kim English used to coach for them, and now he's coaching for Providence.
Yeah. Down a little this year.
Providence, yeah.
What was the team that changed their name? We were talking about
George Washington.
Yeah, they were the Colonels, and they changed their name
to the Revolutionaries.
Yeah,
that's a bad name. That's a really bad.
I wonder if the Colonel himself filed the litigation.
Yeah, that's right.
And why would George Washington be the Colonels? Wasn't he the general?
I believe so.
Jackson discussing the A-10 is making my ears bleed. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, and he's a big Billikens guy.
Well,
Would
what
you
do
like
you
to
want from me?
apologize?
No.
Here's your chance. The head coach is walking in here right now.
There he is now.
Oh, my gosh, he's here.
Brian Kunderman's here, too. Let's put him on. When Kunderman's here.
Yeah, that's it. Keep an eye on me.
Coach Jackson, who was gifted a wonderful jersey by Athletic Director Chris May last week, wants to look you in the eyes and tell you the status of your team after Joe Lunardi just released his bracketology, and I'm sure that's affected your morning.
I didn't even know that Joe Lunardi released his bracketology, but I'll let Jackson tell me, then I can affect my morning.
I first want to say thank you to you guys in SLU for the jersey. That's awesome.
This is what we call couching the statement. I don't know.
Well, it's the important stuff first.
Yes, of course.
And I was just talking about that with the A10 where it is, that you're going to have to run the table and win the tournament to get in the league because the at-large bid's probably out of the realm of possibility at the moment.
Yeah, for us or for anybody in the league you're talking about?
For you guys, Dayton probably being...
Dayton, VCU,
VCU.
Potentially Dayton and VCU, I think, have a chance at large. No, we I think in the non-league, at 6-6, we had played ourselves out of that. We had a schedule that was, certainly set up to be able to do that. Play the second hardest non-conference schedule in the league. But you can't lose. You can't be 6-6 through 12 games. And but the reality is, we weren't good enough at that stage, and that's a part of the deal. But I didn't go into it. You want to schedule in a way that gives you a chance to get in that large, but then you got to go out and you got to win those games. Right. And we had some chances on neutral floors and some quad one road games, and for a variety of reasons, we weren't good enough to at that point of our journey to take care of those games. So, it is what it is. But certainly our pathway, and has been for a while, is to try to win the A10 tournament in March and be at our best when it matters most. And that's the goal every year. But certainly, our goal for this year is try to be as good as we can at the end and work obviously every single day to try to continue to get better.
We appreciate your reasoned answer, but we really wanted you to yell at Jackson. So a little disappointed.
I didn't know what it was, but no, I don't. I haven't studied that. I know, but I knew. Certainly that's the reality of our situation, and we're going to try to schedule every year to give ourselves a chance. But you got to win those games, and that's the reality of college basketball. Is everybody focus on the league, which I think is obviously so important. But your resume is your resume, and your resume is the 31 regular season opportunities you get, and you gotta schedule in a way that gives you a chance. Then you got to take care of your business in the games that give you a chance. And we had, there was Santa Clara.
I just got that Gonzaga
win. San Francisco quad one game on the road. Wichita neutral. Going out to Grand Canyon, which would be a quad one road game. We had our opportunities, and like I said, variety of reasons didn't get it done, and so we own that. But again, it's season didn't end after the non-conference, and our focus has been on just trying to put our heads down, get to work, get better. And like I said, we want to play to a standard every game, but end of our secondary goal every year is to be at our best when it matters most. And every season, doesn't matter if you make it as an at-large or whatever the case may be. Every season comes to an elimination time. It's earlier, some later. You're playing an elimination, whether it's playoffs in football or baseball or whatever. You want to be at your best when it matters the most, and that's at the end, and then you want to play yourself into as good a position as you can. And so our focus is there, but certainly Jackson's spot on with that. I got to give him credit. So he gets a jersey, and he gets credit for being correct.
Thank you, Coach. No, I really like what you said there, because I think you talked about after the St. Bonaventure game, forging an identity and finally feeling like your team has the identity, which in the modern world of college basketball where teams are changing around so much, roster change, it's hard to get your identity ready to go game one. So do you feel now that there's a clear difference to those first 6 games to the last 6 games?
Well, I came on after the Chicago State game, and I know I say a lot of profound things when I come on the show, a lot of poignant.
That's what this show brings the best out of people.
It brings the best out of me for sure. I know everybody's writing down when I speak, all the profound things, but I did say Chicago State, we were 6-3, and I said, I said we don't have an identity right now. I don't know what our identity is as a basketball team, and I meant that at that time, and I do think we've managed. We're forging developing an identity. It is hard when you have so many new players. It's not easy. Some teams, it is. It's seamless in the transition. We had last year at Indiana State 5 returners, and then we had 8 new guys, and and it was seamless. And we were a really good team with an identity from game one all the way through. This year, I think there was, obviously we've battled almost an incomprehensible amount of injuries. We're continuing to battle those, but we have clarity on those. And so I think the injuries, and I think just all the in and out, guys in, guys out, the lack of practice time in terms of having a team and being able to practice, all those things maybe stunted our growth, and part of it too sometimes is you do have to get punch in the mouth. Some people need to go through adversity to become a team, and I think us getting on the plane, leaving Arizona 6-6, and coming so close. I thought Grand Canyon, we really played well. We gave ourselves every chance to win that game, and variety of reasons didn't get it done. Some of our own doing, some of not of our own doing, but end of the day, I think that adversity helped us to grow and develop and apply some lessons, and we've been better since we came back from Christmas, and again it's about that continued development. But the adversity, I think, helps sometimes forge an identity. You'd rather not have it, but it does help.
Billiken head coach Josh Schertz, kind enough to join us in studio. Always awkward when he's in here because Doug wants his role and Josh wants Doug's role.
Very much so.
And so maybe we'll see if that plays out tomorrow. Big stretch of home games here coming up, and we're going to talk about that for Billiken fans to come out and see the boys play. Josh Schertz, kind enough to join us here on TMA. You can watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL and always stream it on the 101 ESPN app, which is presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, and Billiken's head coach Josh Schertz in studio with you here for the 10 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct in 2025. Let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, more energy efficient, and draft free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit, and 36 months of no interest financing. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back to TMA, 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Doug had to leave. He's still doing that Hubbard onboarding.
Yeah,
so
that's
he
what I
leaves
understand.
at 10 o'clock. But replacing him today is Billiken's head coach, Josh Schertz, in studio. He's replaced you before, and today he's replacing Martin Kilcoyne.
Not as good a hair, not as tall, but I feel like equally as astute on the broadcast.
Okay.
Take that, Martin. Absolutely, yeah, all right, take that, Martin, for sure. So good to be always with you guys. I do want to mention that because Doug had been killing me about he wants to coach.
I do.
And so for the VCU game, I gave Doug rebounding. And we got beat 22-4 on the glass on offensive rebounding.
I was yelling, block out! Get in front of me, block out! Get another one in his face!
we go 22-4, and then he's also been our free throw coach here until the last few games.
Soft touch, get a routine!
You're yelling while they're at the line?
Yes.
Yeah, yelling at them. So I don't want to blame somebody for the losses, but I mean, I'm just saying it's been, I gave him, I said, you want rebounding? He said, VCU, give me offensive, defensive rebounding. I'll be rebounding coach. And there
22-4, Doug. How do you answer for that?
These kids don't listen. They don't listen.
Right. It's not about height, it's about heart.
I was known as the Wizard of Crestwood when I coached grade school ball.
St. Catherine Labouré, coach.
Yes.
Was that self-proclaimed or other people call you that?
Pretty much self-proclaimed. No one else got it. No one else understood. John Wooden's been gone for so long, no one knew what I was talking about.
Crestwood doesn't have to say it come off the tongue quite as easy as Westwood, but I like it though. Wizard of the Wood, maybe.
I was asking these boys, my 7-year-old just started playing, and I'm curious. Your son, of course, on the team. When kids are starting out, what would you advise? I mean, at that young of an age, what are we talking about here?
With kids, I think the biggest thing is making sure they enjoy it, that they have an enjoyable experience. I think when you're that young, the focus on winning or it's not really as relevant as are they enjoying themselves? Are they learning the game? Do they understand, the basic skills? I think there's so much value in competitive sports for young people, even if, not in the sense of, I know people say, well, my son's going to play in the NBA or the NHL or major leagues, or my daughter's going to be the WNBA or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the other stuff that's way more important, like learning how to be a great teammate, learning how to be a part of something bigger than yourself, learning how to handle success and failure, learning that sometimes you can really try your hardest at something and it doesn't actually go your way, and being able to handle that process, learning the value of hard work, learning to be able to enjoy somebody else's success, right? I just think there's so much value in competitive sports for young people that it would, I think the world would be a better place if everybody, not in the sense of being a pro, but everybody had their children play competitive sports, because it's such a great learning ground for those things. But I think at the end of the day, you want to, are they having a good experience? Are they learning the fundamentals of sport? And then are they getting those other aspects that really, I think are so valuable in competitive sports that you can take with you the rest of your life? Those traits, those things are, I've said, many times, I think the greatest thing in life you could probably be to be successful is a great teammate. Right? I don't know if there's anything more important in life than being a great teammate, whether that's your marriage or where you work or, right? I mean, that would be maybe the number one thing in life to being successful. And you learn that in sport. And I think that you can carry with you the rest of your life. And a lot of those traits drive success.
One of the things he's kind of pushing back on is me screaming at the 12-year-old official and his coach to give him more playing time.
Come on, Zebra, call him both ways.
We could have used that at VCU. Where were you at VCU, Doug?
See?
We could have used that.
Rebounding coach.
Rebounding coach. I think that, listen, nothing wrong with intimidating the 12-year-old ref and getting some calls to go your way. It fits right in with not worried so much about winning and performance. I think but worried about officiating. I didn't cover that. You should definitely, if you can get those guys scared. I think that's definitely a way to go.
That's what I do. Josh Schertz, kind enough to be in studio with us here. A big stretch coming up, especially on the home schedule. LaSalle tomorrow night. You guys head to George Washington this weekend. Then next week, wow, VCU and Dayton, the Friday night Blizzard game. What do you think about what we got coming up here over the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, going to be this league is really unbelievable in terms of the depth. I think it's you look at our non-conference work and what happened for the A-10. I think we were I think as a league, I might be off, but I think we were 7 or 8-4 against the Big East overall. Atlantic 10, and you know, and you get in this league, and there's just such parity, and that's the hard part. You know, as you come in the league, and everybody thinks, well, you know, you have bad loss, but there isn't a bad loss. Like you go to Richmond. That's an incredibly hard game. You go to VCU, incredibly hard game. You got the schedule we have coming up. LaSalle, who went and won at St. Bonaventure, you know, beat a really good Davidson team. I think we have 7 or 8 teams right now in the top 100 net in the A10, but there's just incredible balance and parity. So LaSalle home will be a great test. We know we're talking about this league. Every single game challenges you, and they're all different challenges. And every game's an opportunity to grow and get better. And really, you know, what VCU did to stress test us was totally different than what Richmond did, and LaSalle will do it in a totally different way. And then GW, and then you come home, and you know, VCU and Dayton, you know, are, you know, by all projections the 2 best teams in the league. So to get them back to back on our home floor, I hope, you know, we've thought about this. You know, we really want to make Chaffetz, you know, an incredible home court, and I know it's had that. It's not like we're trying to reinvent the wheel that they've never come out and supported, because there was times that you could have, you know, filled Chaffetz a time and a half with crowds in the Spoon era, right, and stuff. So it's not like it's never happened. We understand we got to earn it. Got to earn it by how hard we play. Got to earn it by how together we play. Got to earn it by winning games and doing it in a way that entertains fans. But I think this group is starting to do it. We know we're 9-1 at home this year, and certainly the things that make an incredible home court environment are, you know, one, you got to have a really good team, because it doesn't really matter if you stink what the environment is. But if you have really good players, then it is the environment. It is the crowd. It is the atmosphere, the electricity in the arena. And even though we haven't had huge crowds, you know, I thought St. Bonaventure, St. Joe's, I thought the crowd was really loud and into it. And that was with no students, or very limited students. You know, hopefully starting with Wednesday night against LaSalle, you know, we're playing for an opportunity to hopefully stay and, you know, have a chance to compete for first place in the A10, have a great crowd, go on the road, play a really good GW team, then come back and you're playing the 2 top, you know, big dogs in the league in VCU and Dayton back-to-back on our home floor. So Friday night game with Dayton's national TV game, you know, ESPN2. So great opportunity for our fans to really show what you know, St. Louis basketball is about. To be a great opportunity for us to show recruits and have recruits at that game. So hopefully it's a packed house.
And one thing you've got going for you is everybody's healthy. You got no injuries and more players than you know what to do with.
Yeah, you know, our coaches are healthy, which is really important. You know, I feel great. You know, it's been unbelievable. You know, like I think, you know, we're talking like it's almost incomprehensible the amount of stuff we've dealt with. But these guys, you know, they just keep plugging. You know, they're a no excuse group. They're not going out and saying, man, this or that. You know, we practiced yesterday. I think we had 6 or 7 guys in practice. And that's been kind of the norm, you know, somewhere between 7 to 9 has been the norm, and they just come out every day, work to get better, and then inside the games, you know, they're competing and they're getting better. You know, we have young guys that are trying to develop. You know, our vet guys are playing a ton of minutes. I mean, you know, Gibbs, you know, he's 40 years old playing 40 minutes a night. I mean, you know, it's unbelievable when you're playing your age. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like a golf with their handicap. You know, you shoot your age, you're playing minutes his age, he's scoring his age. But no, I mean, Gibb, you know, he's a machine out there, and you know, but not just him, Swope and Avila, all those guys are just the responsibility they're taking, what we're asking them to do on both ends of the floor with very little rest. I've been unbelievably inspired by this group. I know the record, you know, 11-7 and 4-1 the league, and it looks, it's kind of, you know, pedestrian, but inside, knowing what we've dealt with, knowing, you know, how hard it's been just to practice, never mind play, watching these guys fight through stuff and deal with stuff and get themselves the games and will themselves through. It's been incredibly inspiring to me as a coach to watch them. Really has.
Billikens head coach Josh Schertz, kind enough to be in studio with us here on 101 ESPN. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Chris May came in, dropped off Jackson's jersey and hoodies for all of us. Chairman Kurt is wearing his, and there's Jackson's jersey. Oh, you got one too?
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Good on you. Good on you.
You know, I don't know. We're gonna give Doug a car. Chris May's bringing Doug a car. Chris is bringing a. I don't want to blow it. Yeah. Chris May has told me bringing you a car, so wait on that.
It's just a nice gesture.
A Billiken SUV.
Yeah,
Billiken SUV.
Mizzou gives us cars, so I don't know why you wouldn't.
So I know Chris is listening, so when he'll be over probably this afternoon, I'm sure he'll have that ready.
He'll have it ready for you.
If you're in Jersey, no, when you get a car.
Yeah, Doug gets the car. When he was here, I asked him about the current status of college athletics and how it changed since he's been athletic director for nearly 2 decades at St. Louis University. And he actually likes it and explained the reason why. And I know part of that is the collective and what the Billikens are trying to do there.
Absolutely. It has changed because, what it actually has done is give each school an opportunity to decide, how competitive they want to be institutionally and from a community standpoint, right? Like there's no longer, it's not tiered the way it was. Now it's more tiered towards, how invested are we institutionally and from a community-wise basketball community into our athletics program. So that has certainly changed the game. It's created more parity. Now because there's other layers to things, and it's different. Football's a little harder because, you have so many guys. In basketball, you get, 2 stars, that's 40% of your lineup. Yeah. And in football, that's, 22 people on offense and defense, it's a lot different. With basketball, you get 2 great players, that's 40% of your team, could change your whole trajectory of your program, right? So there's a real opportunity for us to capitalize in this NIL space, in this new climate. I think we have everything externally. We look at facilities, you look at our campus, you look at our academics. I think they're all top notch. Look at the city of St. Louis. It's very attractive for young people when they come here to see a city like this. That's a great sports town. The area that moving forward is for St. Louis University. It's been called, even my time, and I've only been, Division I 4 or 5 years, but going back that's a sleeping giant. That's a sleeping giant. You hear that all the time. Well, now is the best time in the history for St. Louis basketball to become what it's capable of, to realize its potential. And, I think, there's a difference. We talk about this a lot, St. Louis University basketball has had appearances. There's a big difference in appearing and arriving. Yeah. When you arrive, you're on the national scene. It's, Gonzaga's arrived. They're considered every year. Dayton really has arrived, right? We've had appearances. We've had these little pockets of success and pockets of success here and there. But arriving is a whole different deal. It's time for St. Louis basketball to arrive. And I think, getting the community behind that, contributing the NIL, you can do it online. With the Billiken Victory Fund, the collective, people can go online and donate to that if it's something that you're passionate about, but it's here to stay. The NIL space is here to stay. This is the climate, and certainly I know talking to Chris, and I believe as we move forward with new president and changes here on the board, there's a great institutional commitment that basketball being good is good for all areas. We talk a lot about certainly St. Louis basketball is not the most important thing happening on our campus. There's a lot of things that are way more important, from an academics and research, et cetera, standpoint. St. Louis Billikens basketball is the most visible thing happening on our campus. Yeah. It's the thing that people see the most. We're playing on national TV in this league 9 times. There's nothing else that gets us on national TV 9 times. These 2-hour ESPN infomercials. It's the most visible thing, and if it's good, that's going to help not just St. Louis University in all different areas, but hopefully the city of St. Louis as well. And so there's these, if you take a 10,000-foot view, us being good helps everything around, not just the university, but the city in general. And I think there's a pathway now for us to compete at the highest level, and have a program that has no ceiling. And I'm not talking about, make the NCAA tournament. I'm talking about, if you're going to do something, do it to win the national championship. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, the opportunity is there, and I think you have a market where you made a reference to with Spoonball back in the day in the 90s, packing the arena, leading the country in attendance. Some big years with Rick Majerus, Jim Cruz had it going as well. There is an opportunity here in this city. We'll rally around the team. Doug, you love when the listeners send in questions to our celebrity guests.
Sometimes they get a little raucous.
I think this one's fine, especially considering it's from our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month
from a few months ago. You remember the Baldwin Beer Bitch?
Oh.
Well, she's back, and she has a two-parter for Coach. Coach, number one, any update on Thames? Will he be limited minutes all season, or is it a day-to-day situation? I love his energy. Go Billikens. And two, also, what's your favorite restaurant in St. Louis been so far? Pretend like your wife isn't listening. I believe that's in reference to you having to sneak out to enjoy your Raising Cane's chicken strips following a game.
Yeah, my wife is she's tough, man. She's on me. She was I had a salad last night. Again, I was at my radio show. But anyways, I would say for Thames, likely to be this scenario the rest of the year. It's there's games where he's been able to play 12 or 13 minutes. There's games where it's 7 or 8 minutes. Certainly, if he was capable of playing 30 like he was early in the year, we do that. And nobody wants to play more than that kid. Yeah. He's an unbelievable person. He's a great winner. He's a great player. He's frustrated, but you would never know it. Comes in every day with a smile, upbeat, practices. Again, the limitations are practice games. So he's not, certainly what he was early in the year, but we love having him. He's a great teammate. And he's helped us win some games. He's out there competing his tail off. So I don't see it changing this year relative to, those limitations, but we certainly are going to try to play him inside of those limitations. There's, we're not shutting him down. There's no danger to him continuing to compete. It's just the limitations the body has, and we'll work through those. So, and then the second part, there's been some good ones I keep adding to my list.
Let's see what we got.
I went to Nixta with the staff the other night, which is like a Mexican place, like a fine dining.
Yeah, I think I saw that
was
on
awesome.
social media.
Yeah, it was ceviche and some tacos al pastor and tacos carne asada. I don't know how many chips I had, but let's just say it was, if you could, I could float away on those. It was fantastic, though. Went to Esca as well, which was like a fine dining. I thought Esca was terrific. Went there. And then Trattoria Marcella, which was a Italian spot.
Right in the neighborhood where I grew up.
Yeah, Trattoria Marcella was phenomenal. Yeah. So some new spots. We just keep trying different places, but feel free to send recommendations in anytime I get recommendations.
Are going to come in now.
I will absolutely try them. So let me know when they come in.
Doug, you like this when coaches get recommendations on how to go about doing their job from the audience?
Yeah.
Kwame Voyukis IV says, Tim, please let Coach know to have the boys ready for tomorrow night. Fran Dunphy will have the Explorers ready to go. So I guess I have an obligation.
Yeah. Well, that was, you know what? I appreciate that because I wasn't going to have them ready to go, but now we're gonna practice.
I'm glad you came here today.
I was just coming on. This is the kind of info I need. It's like my wife usually tells me to make sure we're, make their free throws or put the ball in the basket or stop them from scoring. It's that kind of information. I can't tell you the emails I get of people. You need to practice your free throws. Like,
oh, is that right?
Really? That had never occurred to me. Thank you. I'm going to go in. So, but yes, we will certainly be ready. And he is 100% right that Coach Dunphy, who's an all-time legend, the Explorers will be ready to go. We got to be ready to go, and certainly I think our guys will be, but we know they will be as well.
And this one comes from an Indianapolis Star-Tribune writer, Doug. You might be familiar with Brian Henshin.
Sure.
And he writes in, had the opportunity to cover Schertz and the Sycamores at the tail end of last year's NIT run. Tremendous person, and so excited to have him coaching my alma mater. But this text is actually for Cundy. I think he's really cute. Tell him good luck. Thanks. And hashtag free perks. So there you go. It's Brian Henshin.
That's off topic.
What's wrong? It's just a message. We're doing messages here.
That's right on topic. That's good.
Right.
BK's increasing his fan club, which listen, he's a good-looking guy. It's great. It's good stuff.
There you go. Isn't that nice? You should see the YouTube chat, Brian. They're going, who's the dish behind Coach?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That's what's going on in the YouTube chat.
Well, he intentionally stationed himself
I noticed
there.
That seems strategic.
Picture. I saw him in the picture. Next thing I know, he's fixing his hair in the corner, and then he's back behind me.
Very
it's unbelievable.
strategic.
So strategic. You think he just randomly appeared behind me? No.
Wonder about that.
Not at all.
Dish. They actually said, who's the dish?
Who's the dish?
Who's the dish?
Find Coach. Boy, they love you. Love hearing it, Coach. Love Schertz. Can't have him on the show enough. Going to be a fun ride with him at St. Louis University. That is the sentiment every time you come on the show. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. Always enjoy the conversation.
Hopefully, I'm trying to angle my way into some
Martin
regular
out, you're
duty.
in, Doug's out.
Doug's out.
Yeah.
Doug goes on vacation. We're gonna, like I said, Doug goes on vacation. I'm ready to sub in. Martin,
there you go.
he's got other obligations. Who knows what he's doing?
Yeah, he's got that onboarding.
That's it. Yeah, onboarding, and then if Jackson,
Jackson
out,
might be playing.
But Chris Ray will be here.
I got
A
eligibility.
car for you, and I don't know.
Yeah, what do I get?
Maybe a house.
I think I'm. See, I get a house. That's right.
Maybe a house, like a nice second home here in St. Louis.
Just something in
Chris is just giving stuff out, so I don't know. He's got that black card, so the American Express. Don't tell Dr. Chaffetz, but he's running around that black card.
Josh Schertz and the Dish, Brian Kunderman, in studio with us here. Always enjoy it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us on.
Thanks for coming
Billikens again tomorrow night against LaSalle, and then next week home games against VCU and Dayton. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Design Air sponsor of the email today, which is coming up here in about 10 minutes. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom locked up at the top of the standings. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. If you run into any issues with your heating and cooling during these frigid temperatures, all you have to do is go to designairservice.com, and you'll be working with the great Seth Goldcamp. It feels like -6, according to my phone here, and it is 1 degree in St. Louis with a high of 9 coming up at 3 p.m. You run into issues with your heating system, designairservice.com. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and his staff online at designairservice.com. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more of the morning after here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night, off tonight, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. I'm sorry, they're back in action on Thursday night, taking on VGK. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. Those are their Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Billiken head coach Josh Schertz in studio with us in the previous couple of segments, talking it over. Always enjoy when he comes in. Doug's a little uncomfortable that the YouTube chat was focused on
who's the dish behind him.
And then,
that's the question.
Little did I know that Scorsese over here, who's operating the YouTube cameras, Jackson Burkett, noticed that Brian Kunderman was trying to get out of the shot, and so he moved the cameras.
Correct.
So he was still in the shot.
Just kind of seems unfair.
No, I mean,
he's trying to get out of the camera's view.
Nah, you're going to have to wake up pretty early to just sneak out of frame out of me, baby. I block my own scenes.
But I don't even know what I'm hearing anymore.
Your own scenes.
That's what Dirk Diggler said in Boogie Nights.
Okay.
1997?
I don't know the years, Tim.
97?
Yeah.
Feel good about it.
Yeah, it's 97.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the Tim McKernan Show podcast today, and this will be up on the podcast feed, a big reveal. The first ever interview with St. Louis Starter Packs, the Instagram account. Do you follow that on the Instagram, Doug?
I see it once in a blue moon.
A lot of people thought it was Jackson. I'll tell you right now, it's not.
It's not.
And the real person is going to be in, and we're going to do an interview with him and put that up on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. So that is coming your way. A big reveal. In addition to the history of said account, 22,000 followers, I believe, is what St. Louis Starter Packs has. So that'll be on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. And now we are partners in merchandise on TMASTLshop.com. I am receiving hate messages for the Anyone But the Chiefs hoodie that Jackson says you're going to wear every day or something.
One of the best pieces of clothing I've seen in a while.
Really? Is it red like the Chiefs?
No. It's just charcoal.
Yeah, it's simple.
That way you can wear it with anything, like when you go out to Wright's Tavern, you can wear your Anyone But the Chiefs hoodie.
That's what you wear, hoodies to Wright's Tavern? I've never been there.
Listen, I was at this bar in Milwaukee, and I was just trying to watch the Missouri-Arkansas basketball game. That game was getting ready to start, and the gentleman noticed, my Mizzou hat, my buddy's Mizzou shirt, and he was like, "Oh yeah, Missouri," and he had a Chiefs hat on. He's like, "You guys rooting for the Chiefs?" And I was like, "No, not a chance in hell."
Oh, really? You said that to him?
Yeah, I let him know that I was actually rooting hard against them.
What was the scene like up there?
A lot of what looked to be wealthy gentlemen.
That's your scene, sugar boy.
Marquette quarter zips, relaxed denim.
Now, why relaxed?
Denim. You notice that, Doug? Relaxed.
Why did it have to be relaxed?
Well, yeah, just a little room. Because, like I said, it was win or lose, they booze, apparently. Just nonplussed by the loss to Xavier.
Nonplussed.
I would have been a little more, whatever.
Jackson's conscience is in the YouTube chat and says, yeah, but aren't we talking about grown men sharing beds to save what can't be much money? That's from Jackson's conscience. And he's unhappy that Jackson continues to go on these road trips and share beds with other gentlemen.
Pocket watch somebody else.
We get out of town,
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, yeah, what is this? A public bakery? Worry about your own bread.
You like that, Doug?
I didn't care for it a lot.
No, but it's get out of here.
Doug, the final college football poll has been released, and the number one team in the country, want to take a guess?
This is a long shot. Ohio State?
Yes!
Okay.
Want to guess two?
I would hope it would be Notre Dame.
That's correct. Want to guess three?
Three, I probably Oregon.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people probably would have said Penn State or Texas. Yeah. Not you. Who's four?
It's either Penn State or Texas. I'll say Texas.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you get five in a row?
How about Penn State?
Yes.
All right. Yes.
What about six?
Oh.
Think hard.
Georgia.
Yes.
Oh.
He's not getting seven. He's not going to get seven.
I think he could.
He's not going to get seven. Right. Short the market. Take your money. This is like deal or no deal.
Really dig deep in that brain of yours.
Not Arizona State.
It's Arizona State.
Wow.
Can he go for 8? He wouldn't dare.
No, 8.
Take your winnings. Go home.
8.
Yeah.
I'm thinking teams in the playoffs like Tennessee and Boise State. I'll say Boise State.
Yeah! Do you want to go for 9?
9. I'll say Tennessee.
Yes!
This guy.
It's unbelievable.
Okay.
It's like Tiger Woods in 2000.
I really do think you could get to 10. I think you could get 10.
But you're risking all this cash you've accumulated.
Risk it for the biscuit, Doug.
Can I have initials?
No.
We can't do that stuff out here.
10.
Take your cash. You've already shocked the world. You've won $900,000.
Okay.
Drop in the bucket.
I got to pick another one, though, don't I? Indiana?
Yeah! There it is. I was hoping. You were on the right track. Like your thought process just picking CFP teams is right on.
All right.
Well done. Truly.
Fun to watch.
Because I've seen you waffle through some lists that were super obvious and you couldn't get it. So to get all 10 there, I'm proud.
Pretty impressive. ILL finishes 16th, and Missouri drops a spot from 21 to 22.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to go to the Colonel's message board yet, powermizzou.com. I would imagine #they're not happy. Uh-oh, Jackson.
Well,
It's like
matter really?
The season's over. Like next year, late August, early September, that's when we start getting ornery again. It's basketball season now. Move on.
Hockey season. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Depends on
It's college basketball season, of course.
Blues win in Las Vegas last night.
Yeah.
And it's hockey season.
It's hockey season?
But
Okay.
You haven't noticed that our club is playing?
It can be multiple seasons at the same time.
I guess it could.
Basketball and hockey season.
Yes.
And probably wrestling. Shout out to all the high school wrestlers out there.
It's hot stove
Making weight.
season.
Yeah, hot stove.
It is hot stove. Yeah, so they're limited to one thing. I think it's a bad move on your part.
After watching that last night, how do you feel like your mindset would be if Mizzou can get to that point? What would it be like sitting there watching Mizzou in a national championship game after fighting their way through a couple of early round games? I'd be a disaster.
Brutal.
Yeah.
But I mean, fun.
It'd be
but
awesome.
brutal.
And that's
emotionally taxing. German.
That's a home watch, right?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Like maybe even like find a cave of some sort. I want to
go to a cave.
I want to be away from
with bats and such.
Dark room, draped with velvet.
I felt this year like the scheduling of it kind of caused this championship game to not get the hype that it normally would.
I'll be curious what the ratings are on
Coming
that.
off a big weekend of NFL playoff football, and it was Inauguration Day, it was MLK Day. There's so much else going on that I don't think it necessarily had the spotlight that it normally does.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the spotlight it got was more towards the first 2 rounds of the games. Like that's where everyone's attention was on those because there wasn't really much else going on around that.
Let's move it up a little bit. I like the idea, I can't recall which columnist had it, of Army-Navy playing in August.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Because otherwise right now it's getting overshadowed, and they tried to give them their own, and that would really...
Yeah.
I'd be curious on the pushback, and then that way you could start the playoff earlier.
Yep.
And then have the semifinals be on New Year's Day.
Yeah, that's the better move.
Saying?
That's the better move. Also for the Army-Navy game, like people are to the point at that point in the year, they'll be like really hungry for football, and the Army-Navy game is a perfect way to kick that off.
Start the season with that every year.
By the end of the season with Army-Navy, it's kind of like, where's the CFP?
Yeah, this sucks. This is the weekend where there's nothing, and then you got the Heisman. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. Have we gotten it confirmed that Buck Swope is tied with the self-made Stay-at-home Ladue Mom?
Yeah.
It is confirmed.
Confirmed, 3-3.
Jackson or KG or whomever this finds, I just wanted to check in and see if I should have received the email.
I think you may not be in the filtered file.
Who the hell is this guy?
If I'm not mistaken. I think that's something I just left because it was above a contractor's pay grade.
Contractor? Are you doing shift work?
In a sense.
He's a full-time Sound Story Communications LLC employee. Here he's a shift worker?
More or less, yeah.
Coming off such a big weekend in sports, there were so many topics to cover, and you guys hit them all. Train rides to Grafton to track down the season-long Pick Six standings. Bottoning convenience store apparel. Premisi regarding flotation cummerbunds, teaching 7-year-old basketball players that the ball don't lie, solemn vestibules in the TMA forum, and king-size bed sharing with your brother being a couple bros short of a pony. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Heat Check City.
Shooter McGavin, Vice President, Heat Check City.
Happy Tuesday, lads. I've been podcasting like the Dickens to start the week. That podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company because the higher-up sent me out of town to train a new employee. Little do I know, the simpleton I'm training is a 50-year-old man that eats his boogers and has a mail-order bride. I wish I was kidding. No, this is all too serious. To top it off, he understands absolutely nothing about what the job entails. I could teach this job to Vinny Jr. and Vito in the same amount of time I've had to train this reject of society. Picture this. If Pestis from Festus and hitting coach Chris donated their Pearl Jam to a bank, this idiot would be the result. I just want to get home to my family and within the frequency of 101 ESPN, where we gather around the YouTube and watch St. Louis's favorite pastime the morning after. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
No, my cousin Vinny.
Is that what Pearl Jam means?
Doug?
I don't know.
I never knew.
I don't know.
What's your Mount Rushmore of Pearl Jam songs?
I don't have any. I'm sure if I heard the song, I would recognize it, but I never know who the
Aren't
band
they Cubs fans?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's why I don't listen.
Wow, really? You don't listen if they're Cubs fans?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
You know the favorite baseball team of every band?
Eddie Vedder is a noted Cub fan.
Okay.
Doug.
Sorry, Mr.
Don't say Doug like you're mad at me.
I'm loyal to the soil.
Do you like that term? I bet you don't.
I didn't care for it a lot, no.
Good morning. I'm looking for a discreet gentleman to watch the Missouri-Texas game with tonight. My preferences are as follows. Mid-20s, wispy facial hair, milky white skin, rabid NBA fan, lover of yellow diaper fun, and conscientious backdoor lover. Oh, I'd love it if this man already sleeps with his face in the pillow so that I can really get after it when our Tigers put the game away with free throws late. If anyone on this dais is interested, just email me at milkyhamlover@netscape.com. Netscape.
That sounds like...
That's from Danny Tanner, Doug.
Danny Tanner.
And finally, so much to get to after a wild 3-day weekend in sports. The Blues once again blew the most dangerous lead in hockey, but managed to eke out 2 points via the shootout. The Missouri Chiefs and their flopping quarterback advanced to their 8th consecutive AFC championship game with a little help from the Zebras. Ohio State won their 9th national championship by defeating Notre Dame, who have nothing to hold their heads down about except the fact that they attempted and missed a 27-yard field goal down 16 with less than 10 minutes to play and gave away the national championship game. The Cardinals' lame duck GM, who for some reason is still handling trade negotiations despite being a terrible poker player, showed frustration with his inability to trade Nolan Arenado. But he's reminding himself that the offseason is not over, like a student who hasn't done a lick of work all semester but plans to cram for the final. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some sweatshirt designed to troll bandwagon fans of the two-time defending Super Bowl winners designed by the guy behind the St. Louis Starter Pack Instagram account that may or may not be Pestis from Festus. Meanwhile, Libby Jack Virgin Man Bun Soy Boy.
Getting thick,
I'd say.
Spent the weekend watching live hoop rock and bunking with other gentlemen. It's refreshing to see rich white women, and it's refreshing to see a grown man in his 20s getting fired up about the collective apathy following a home loss for a college basketball fan base of a team he doesn't even care about. I can just imagine Libby Jack all crunk on Zima frantically approaching random 65-year-old Marquette fans demanding that they get mad. Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What you got?
I liked Buck Swope, but today I'm going to vote for Danny Tanner, who seemed to be desperately seeking a lover.
I like the leadoff hitter. I'm going Shooter McGavin.
Wow.
I like Danny Tanner.
Danny Tanner on the board.
Congratulations.
Danny Tanner has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Danny Tanner says, I will not go quietly into the night like Bill Pullman.
And they stay with that affectation the whole time.
Doug, that's a take. And when you're wearing hot take gloves, you are wearing the EDF hot take mittens. EDF Group, sponsor of TMA, longtime sponsor of TMA. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. How's my vocal fry?
Really nice.
That's a good try.
Fabulous.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.